Hello, everybody! Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I probably should do this before I start the recording and say hello. Game capture's good. Discord, say hi.
Okay.
Hello.
I'm gonna turn Shadow down respectfully and Cranky up. And if you'd like, move closer to your microphone. Welcome to Of the Devil, Episode 2! I have been waiting for this for fucking forever. Not forever. It's like 9 months. But it's felt like forever. Y'all can attest to this, right? Your mic's not picking up that clearly, Ricky.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Alright. I am joined here today with Shadow, who is just gonna be here along for the ride. But
Hello.
Cranky Rhombus is going to voice act with me, hopefully.
Shadow
So-
should join.
Shadow's a bum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I join? Should I?
I mean, you can, if you want, we can.
My aura
Yo,
wishes
wish this
list.
episode. Hold on. I gotta wish list episode 3.
Okay.
I want more. More.
So we're fiending.
I am fiending. I don't think it's even. That might just be like a button. I don't think it does anything. Whatever. Alright, we're starting at episode 2. Finally, I cannot believe this is real. Cranky Roundus, can you believe this is real?
No way, this guy's
Yeah.
actually fucking tweaking. This is crazy.
Dude, I was at brunch today. I was like fucking. I was tweaking. I was eating jam with like a knife. I was like fucking yapping. I was yelling in the bathroom. I took a walk around the
50%
block.
sure. I wait.
Yeah?
When did you get it? When did you get it?
Like a couple, like 20 minutes ago when I came home.
Like 20 minutes ago. Oh.
Yeah, because I was out. Alright,
Not
we're
bad.
starting episode 2. I clicked it. We are starting. I will be doing Morgan and Sarah and maybe some other characters. And Cranky can choose what he wants to, because I took the main characters. Are we doing high roller mode? Wait, fuck, I'm not streaming. Oh shit. I'm throwing. Here we go. Sorry, Cranky. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. You're limited to 1 save slot. You won't be able to reload saves. I saw you like reloading your saves like crazy, Cranky. So we're doing none of that. Blah 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 blah. Play like a real gambler. Yeah, cause we're shites. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. We don't need tutorials. First question's an easy. Wait. Do you want to do this one?
That's probably Morgan or something.
First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Mathings. Piece of shit still trying to lie to our faces? Oh. Mathings is our senator, man. What? Still? Shit! Hey, wake up! Can you be this person, Cranky?
Huh.
From the top, I guess. Hey, that is a bloody X.
Is this a torture room?
The bathroom with the X in it. Oh, what is your name?
Ikari. Yeah.
What year is it?
2086.
What did you say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Doc does know how to shake. You hear those sound effects? You see those, like, the message effects? It's kind of crisp.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can go. Ah.
Again in the head. One thing I said. One thing I asked. Anywhere but the head. Not my body's got a punchable face. So we calibrated yet or what? No. But we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment that's old. And we'll get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? Gonna feel a migraine hit you like a train in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go, and the barbertocine will drop you like an anchor. Don't want to be a vegetable, right? You gotta say the ... cranky.
Dot.
Yeah. Are you lagging, by the way?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Oh. Because you were too
Yeah, I told you.
spooked to do this over a line?
Spoked.
I think this is London, so you got this, Cranky.
Okay.
It's
I'm
not like
always the
Brazil.
right amount of spooked red.
Oh, never mind.
When I tell you there's that heat, I mean it.
I know, and I always listen.
Dot.
See? Breathable layers. Fire fit, Morgan.
God damn it.
You left.
Oh, thou shalt not
Doesn't
say
mean
the
I
Lord's
conceded
name
the
in vain.
point. You're lighter.
Question mark?
You memorized the math.
I think I got the gist of it. You're that worried about a paper trail?
Proactive Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can de-anon an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour.
What the fuck does that mean?
You have no
Internet
idea.
of Things refers to the network, blah blah blah. Networks, all the countless electronics, phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body mods, prosthetics, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share info, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. Okay. ...
Didn't you read the financial section today?
I'm more of a Sudoku gal. You can't be as all well read as...
Reinhardt, like the guy from ReZero.
Peak reference.
We can't be as well read as Reinhardt Daimani.
I'm sending you the links. Read them and the rest of the news too.
So this gentleman is Daimani.
Proposition 492 is gonna be the ballot of this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly.
For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously.
Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with it, with my advice.
Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? ... Sorry. I promise to look at what you sent over. What the fuck? Public Works Construction headed to ballots. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D, petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling, sponsored by Aaron Houston, and Myers. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. True that. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Proposition 492.1a, funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects, sponsored by Chopin, Howe Industries, Wickham. I've heard Chopin and I've heard Howe Industries before. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards. Give me a second. Sorry. Oh, was I still reading this? Fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for a % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as a stabilizing points for the city's canopy and super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. So elevators, like they're in. The measure is generally viewed favorably by reps from the lower wards, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of the zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Holy shit! I'm not even halfway. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that, due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of the disrupting that the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Proposition 493.1a, renaming Atlas pillars to honor local community figures. Sponsored by Danforth, Johnson, Sung Ho, and Wickham. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community Project in headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets they are built atop of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure contracts, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker and has been rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Proposition 527.3b, Commission of Report on Victims of Acid Snow. What the fuck? Hernandez, Lang, and Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously unreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemical settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. So, there's no paywall in that article.
Wait, did I cut out or did you cut out?
Maybe I cut out. Did I cut out Cranky?
I cut out
Same.
as well.
Was it
Like
all
from
of
my
us?
stream?
Maybe it was all of us.
Oh, that's crazy. Sorry. I promised to take a look at what you sent over.
How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing.
What do you think changed?
Nothing ever changes in the lower wards, is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Outbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks.
You're still talking about her?
Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. ...
Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself.
Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection.
Okay, here's our 4th Morgan profile. December 26th, that's in 3 days! 170 centimeters, criminal, occupation criminal, comma, defense attorney. Likes power watchers, lamb chops, and prime numbers. She dislikes lectures, felt, and the violin. She plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo, Mahjong, and E-card. Her favorite flower is the funny-looking red ones, the licorice radiata, like licorice recoil. Licorice
Also, lamb chops. She likes lamb chops, like V lamb chops.
Like what?
V lamb chops. The guy who played Lethal Company with Bread.
Oh. These are also spider lilies. The licorice radiata. And she likes her eggs fried and runny. Compared to how Emma likes hers as a Benedict.
Aren't spider lilies like poisonous?
No idea. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer?
Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and fans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill this supply gap.
Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on the Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What mods are being printed to demand? I think we know what mods are, but... Body modification, cybernetic prosthetics, modification, expression identity, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability, spinal cord, thoracic, lumbar, cervical, above the neck, modding, blah blah blah. We know what that is. Robot limbs.
Replacement parts, not the mods that Rust harvest. Vitruvian, well, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The rest might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep.
A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Sorry, I'm just like dealing with some stuff.
Correct. Hence the Rust stockpiling weapons and in response.
This is the worst recording ever. The blue blood sensing escalation.
But that's just my hypothesis. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing out kidney, we'll call it a formal theory.
Rust, the domestic criminal organization known as the Rust, wasn't this in Pokemon? Is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s. meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members were suspected of racketeering under new laws that classify gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust component cells, or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized plannings. Can we put the paywall, please? Can we put the where did all the paywalls go? Did Morgan sign up for like 50 subscriptions? As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations and illegal and illicitly sourced mods. Offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians, they are particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims, holy shit, for resale. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has, fortunately, limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. However, in People v. Harmony K systems, the state alleged that Harmony K had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corps who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. What the fuck? Okay. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it?
They found the right soldier to wield it.
Is your voice good?
Yeah, hold on. I need to go make a cup of coffee.
Okay. We'll be on break. Okay, while we're waiting for Cranky, I discovered something. There's new like customizable options. I already unlocked most of them. Did I? Oh no, Shadow disconnected. Yeah, there's new customizable options. There's one for London. There's one for... There's an actual Reyes one. There's an 81. Oh, I can't buy the Diamante one. And then... it appears to be Sarah in a bunny suit. I guess this is gonna be a trend from now on. And also, if we pet the cat in episode 2, we get Necomorg. And then we also need 20 credits for Diamante. We're gonna go back to Sarah though, because Sarah's shiest. And we're back. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as it gazes out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent down into our beautiful city scenic glow awards.
How's this part go again?
Through me, the city to the way of woe. Through me, the city to the way of woe. Through me, the way to eternal dole. Through me, the way amongst the lost. Inferno. Kento 3. Do I actually need a reading list for this game?
Maybe. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Dante.
Yeah.
Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark.
Real quick. Now playing. Okay, it should give the music toasts. That the official forecast?
More accurate than whatever is on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy, every city block's got its own climate down here.
9 circles of fresh hell.
If you get the reference, say something. Won't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes, so you can feel smart for 5 seconds.
The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This is intellectual jokes right here. By the way, only 4.0 students and big money makers can get these jokes. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests.
Sorry, I couldn't get you anything else to work with.
It was short notice.
I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still.
It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing.
Spoken like a true addict.
Is Morgan a gambling addict? Like, for real? Fuck yeah.
Probably.
I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Holy shit, who does this? Air renders? Air renders fucking cooked here. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. Sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town, as long as you're trying to. Raynaud's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of those 3 buildings. So let's get over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Is this market? Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me, with Weapontron. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Whoa! What?
Seems like.
No, we're fine, it's just wonky. Let's do this one. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be spending someone's spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. Organized criminal associate label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations. Okay. Gang members. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It certainly does. But there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the pattern to save money at night. See this door? The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too, so it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Ethel reference.
Yeah.
I'll hug a lift. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Guessing this is it? Scope is out. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. Plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man. Respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? So, is Morgan setting up a gang? Is she really that type of criminal? Oh, okay. Supposed to put a space. Oh? Okay, you're this person. Hey!
Don't have that.
Great acting. He's supposed to be the. Yo, who is this kid?
Red Hood.
What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a foul plot to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's stress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Dot, dot, dot. Go away! At least they can take direction. Whatever. A lookout being around just confirms that I picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? You get the first option.
Knock.
Knock knock! No answer. Should I have tried knocking on a pattern? Shave and a haircut. No, that would be silly.
Oh.
Hey!
No.
You open? Maybe not for me. I have money! Actually, I have a dart card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absentmindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally you forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Door's not the only thing that's been reinforced here. Have we even gotten to, like, the title screen? Like episode 3. Shadow likes... Okay. I was gonna make a joke.
Finish that sentence.
I couldn't think of
that
anything in time.
Finish
I'm
that
sorry.
sentence. because
No,
the
I
second
couldn't think of any.
unmute you,
I'm
Shadow
legit.
likes the
I
owl.
legit couldn't
Devil
think of anything.
episode 3,
Shadow episode 3.
guys.
Shadow likes
Huh?
That's
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah,
about
yeah.
what I was going for. All right.
There's
Episode 3,
homophobic,
Shadow
we're
likes
gonna cancel
guys.
him.
This apartment building will tell. Whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down.
I always like the effort. I'm sorry.
Okay,
like
man.
The Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, man. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture. Access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. With blaring musical accompaniment. You're gonna be splurred, okay? Or should I be splurred? Or no, this is Spinch, I think.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, I'll do. Don't get any ideas. Got a vacancy. And here I thought I'd found my home, Mr. Call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month. Hey Trey. April 2nd. 177 centimeters, 62 kilograms, O+.
Why is he blue?
He's a freelancer. He likes vending machines, skate parks, and ice chips. Just likes rich kids, fried food, and cops. 3 arrests and 0 convictions for loitering, 2 arrests and 1 conviction for larceny, and no truancy incidents on his record. So is this a kid? Wait, you're serious? Rent these out? Of course we do. This is business. Right, and you see a lot of demand? This is lower words, bitch. Whoa! We don't use that word around here. Besides the word... Oh. It was more like... This is lower words, bitch. Besides the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks who will pay top for a sight to lay low on either two. I can see why. This is a hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. No mask when we get up there. And curious, sir. Good mask is like a pair of boots on the low words. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine as... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket. Now. Fuck this guy. No, mask up. We've got COVID 87 or 83 going around. Can't have that. Can't be
Good
anti-mask.
old 83.
Yeah. I'm good. I'll wear my mask if I want to. Bitch. It's more like, bitch. He says it pleadingly, as if it's supposed to placate me. Look, lose the gloves at least, or we're gonna have problems. So that's the game. This isn't a power move. It's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. Giving the customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Okay, you get this pick, Cranky.
Maybe the bottom one.
Okay. That's not happening, bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow the basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. Trey looks confused rather than, like, intimidating. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Okay. So we're in a criminal hotel.
Yeah.
Through here? Yeah. Hey, I'll get the door.
An island, you can call it.
Whoa.
Huh.
I'm sorry. That was
I'll be
an
this.
actor.
Oh, this is. Is this? Wait, hold on. This is Finch. No. No, this is Blart. Yeah, this is Blart.
Yo, what the fuck are these character names?
Why is there
bro?
so
They
many?
came up with anything?
Sorry, no. It's an inside joke. Howdy. Okay. Where the hell did you find her?
Must have fallen out of the canopy like right as shit for you.
Can you sound more butch, Cranky?
Yeah, Cranky, you look super depressed, man. Like, you're bringing down the vibe, man.
Continue.
What does that word mean?
Wait, which one?
Like, but you told me to just do
Sound more butch?
much.
Like mask?
Because if she didn't fall, I can't.
just speak normally. Just speak normally. It's fine. It's fine.
Because if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that'd mean Trey would open the door for her. Like that.
So you, Cranky,
Right,
this is your
Trey?
character.
Right.
Okay, so are you officially
You have to
joining?
steal this part.
Shut
You're
up.
gonna have to steal this part from Cranky.
Yes.
Fine.
Oh wait, Tanks, come on, she.
How hard is it not to open the goddamn door?
Well, she has.
Shut up!
Thank you for the assist, Shadow.
I got you.
The others aren't phased by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye.
You.
Me?
Who else? Hit that.
A cigarette? It's laced with drugs.
Or don't. I love an excuse to kick your ass down the stairs.
You think I'm a cop? Think I'm a cop and cop can't use drugs when undercover? Cops will be using hella drugs. I bet, like, whenever they bust a bunch of cocaine, they put, like, their pinkies in, and then put it up to their nose, like, behind their back, like, behind the cameras and stuff. I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't issue sewage concerns.
Well, what's it gonna be?
You can choose.
Hit that shit!
Oh!
Hit that!
I love free shit. Oh, I'm high.
Oh, fuck, you tripping. Hey! Damn, bitch, breathe!
What you offered?
Hey, who the hell is this? This red bitch? You trying to jinx us?
She's a customer.
Yeah, I know she's a customer. We get customers every other goddamn day of the year. Why'd you have to bring her to here tonight?
There we go. This is it. I found the place.
Well,
Creek, she's got...
look at me, don't talk to Creek. Talk to me.
She's got a dark card.
Wait, what does dark card mean? What does dark card mean?
I don't know. We don't know yet. Aren't you gonna be this guy, Cranky? Can you whistle? Cranky?
I just whistled like 4 times.
Okay, sorry. It didn't pick up.
I don't think my mic picked it up.
I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so it's legit, right?
Dark card, huh?
Can you sound gayer, please?
Okay. Dark card, huh?
I didn't actually think.
That's clip.
I'm not to start playing a little more conservatively
Hold
once
on.
you know the stakes.
No, shadow clip. I need to hear it.
What are the specifics of the leadership structure? They're all looking to this Creek right now, but I don't know its rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden.
Yeah, but tonight, Creek,
So is that
with all
his
the other
official
shit that you
voice?
expected to shovel.
Who's this? Isn't this you, Cranky?
No, that's you, it's Jay.
Oh, hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer, you think the word was old toothpaste the way you spat it out? Translation: outsider.
Yeah, thanks, Miller. I know.
Alright, let's see this Miller person. Heavens! Smile? Yo, what is his name? Heavens Smiles? 69 kilograms? This kid is light!
Yeah. Holy shit.
Tradesman. Wait, hold on. How much is that in
How?
69 kilos to
It's like
in
120
pounds?
pounds.
152 pounds. This kid is light as fuck.
52.
What?
Horror films, bubblegum, terrariums,
Terraria.
just like
Terraria,
bookies,
like,
gin
like
and cops.
Terraria the game.
But they all have fucking their fucking record on this. 4 arrests and 4 convictions for vandalism, 2 arrests and no convictions for extortion, and no littering incidents. Oh, he's probably a good person. Your turn.
Well, the reason why you should tell this bitch to get slagged.
Look, she's here now, so why not take her money?
Know what? I got a better idea. Oh shit.
The loud one. Tanks? As pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. That's not good.
Why not take her for all what she's... Why not take her for all she's got?
The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek.
Hey now. You can put that away.
Ugh.
He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety.
Get screwed.
Oh, wait, sorry. So, we good? Is that door being held? Is that door being locked with a baseball bat? Yo, look at that shit.
That's lucky.
It is.
Yeah, that is Aura. We're good. We are good, right, Creek?
Dot. Threading a needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah.
Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Alright, we got 4 characters. And none of them want to talk to us. Let's talk to Dinks.
Let's talk to all of them. What?
Nothing, you're just kinda glaring at me.
It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like
Dang. I can't figure out a voice for this. It's supposed to be like gremlin-y.
Thanks is such superstition.
No, not like an actual gremlin. Thanks is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition. It'll stop keeping you alive.
am not.
Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again.
The devil, like from Of the Devil, the devil.
Wait, what? What are you talking about, man?
Because she looks like the devil.
She's fucking wearing red? Don't know your fine establishment had a dress code.
It's not a code. I knew it. It's just goddamn luck to wear red. It's just bad luck to wear red.
Bad luck to see red, man.
Same thing.
Nah, you see the red hood? Then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom you.
Great, it'll only doom us.
I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys.
Really? You're blending in so well.
The Red Riding Hood? Shinigami? Couldn't brief her for the lower words?
Honor Misty Knight end up dead by morning light.
Come on, Creek, don't start that shit. Start that shit when you don't even believe it.
Don't have to believe it to have heard it, the rhyme.
You never heard of Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog and a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire for shootout between pigs and robbers? Wanders the word seeking revenge? Wait, did I get this? Oh, wait, there's more profiles. Okay, Anchor Tanks Tan. August 11th, 101 kilograms, 191 centimeters. Occupation is a handyman. Likes parkour, spray paint, and stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, and cops. 2 arrests on assault, but no charges pressed. 3 arrests and 2 convictions of grand theft.
Grand Theft Auto.
18 months.
How am I allowed
Incarcerated
to
in
be
juvenile
walking
correct.
outside?
Correctional campus.
Like, what's up with this, like, system? This justice system?
Look at that gun.
Why has everyone committed crimes?
And then Creek. Lakers, Creek, Kristoff.
Lakers?
76 kilograms. He's an entrepreneur. He likes making money and friends, but he dislikes doctors. His grand theft case was dismissed due to lack of evidence. His extortion case was dismissed due to witness recanting, and their pronouns are any. You gotta. Can you sound any pronoun, like any pronouns, Cranky?
Probably not.
Also, there was Misted. sling to shoot or kill. I know what that means.
Who's the girl on the keychain? I forgot.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Sarah?
Sarah from Of the Devil.
There we go. There's her. No, never. Thought even uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard the cyberpunk or the little lord next? Cyberpunk, originally a term coined
Cyberpunk Edge Runners?
in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all of its own, cyberpunk or cyberpunk historically is referred to counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. Like this game. This game is cyberpunk.
Yeah, but
While the genre
cyberpunk
has
is
persisted to
cyberpunk.
modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last few decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent, or disaffected to aspire to a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own will of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable amongst us turn to the past for guidance? Nah, Lil B's a 21st century hero. Which is also frequently searched for Get Ready With Me Cyberpunk, the 99 Man explained, are co-ops illegal? Are co-ops illegal? Can we not play Lethal Company anymore in this universe?
No more
fuck
Lethal.
no.
Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing.
Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are.
Says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night, and we call it even? Walk under any... How would you even find a... Oh, did you mean a stepladder?
Now who's afraid? You look pale as shit.
A spit.
Oh. I spit.
Because for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Okay. Let's observe this thingy. You're doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of quarter. Quarter? It's in a mega operation lately. We take our inventory daily. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? Got a special name for everyone with more than one signature on it. Cricket case. Oh my god! Popcorn, Shadow.
No! I'm not
Popcorn
reading this
cranky.
shit, bro.
Popcorn
You know
cranky.
how much I hate reading?
If I read
Popcorn
that much,
cranky.
my voice is gonna go.
Oh my god, the combating racketeer influence and corrupt criminal organizations act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature, designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations. What? No, CRICO.
Kirk?
No, CRICO. That may be operating in violation of the law, considering necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sexual industries. For the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Post-CRICO, corps with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively high penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being registered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. Okay. So basically, if you're a criminal, you go to jail. If you're a corporation, bye-bye corporation. I don't know. It's corrupting the Crickron acronym a lot, but its risk assessment is misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half-decent... Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on, and they can rip apart the Mafia in less than a day. Hey, what did Greek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, I like this. I like this one spread. It looks like the baby. Let's go. Let's go. You'd know it. Dr. Trey. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here?
You know what Trey kind of reminds me of?
Who?
It's like a Jesse. It's like, I will not be harassed in my own private domicile. Bitch. You know, like he just says bitch on everything.
I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the triggers... also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. I'll rat you out the first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for getting related to violence. Big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them it comes down to crowbars, clubs, and knives. And mods. Well, I'm sure you do very well in your fistfights. Fistfight is Juby. Sounds like a reason of shit. Sorry. Fisticuffs?
Laugh it up. First time you hear the sound of a steel arm makes cutting the skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate.
Thanks for sticking with us, Shadow, by the way.
Yeah,
Right.
no problem.
Sorry. Because Cranky appears that, like, he can't voice more than 2 characters. Oh!
Yeah,
Gambling!
that's
Shit like that happen.
Gambling! Did I interrupt a game? What's your poison? 5 card, full blind, Monaco rules. Also, didn't she just smoke
He had
something? Shouldn't she
She
be
had-
loopy right now?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's like a 1 second thing, you know? Cyber immunos, or I don't know.
Are those games? We should screw around with whatever you got to kill time, lady.
You know your stuff? You ever play around here?
Now and then. The hell? You'll slumming for card games? Now and then.
Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s?
Sorry, must have been some other redhead.
Damn. Thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts.
You practice that one a lot?
Practice it a little. How's it working?
Keep practicing.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. I would not take that.
Oh, the door's nearly as sturdy as the one
Love that.
out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? Is that a walking freezer or something? What? No,
We had an agreement about hovering, yeah?
yeah. It's barred from this side. That should be it.
Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before you get started. What was your first job?
Oh god, I think it's a job interview. Ugh. Waitress.
Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. Diners filter out. Doors close at 10. You'll start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. Then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy, a paying customer, happy to have you. Just read the room, okay?
Sure.
And no haggling. Now, what are you here for?
Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have had a few years of upward motion under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better.
What'd you do that for?
It was too loud.
We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop?
Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You end up yelling all the time.
Relax, thanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll too. I was gonna fall over, but you seem...
Sober? Me?
You got chrome lungs or something?
I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill.
You can do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular in school.
Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I'd never talk about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned.
My bad. We usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit who our customers are.
Thanks for making me the exception. And like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth.
Huh, that sucks. Does your regional manager want maid to order heart attack at this retirement party or something?
You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party.
Hell's that supposed to mean?
Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever.
That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city.
Is she pretending that they want to give that kid some drugs? Or something?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller?
Speaking of which, heaven smiles. Stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something.
See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but... bosses, right?
Yeah.
Might have been a real micromanaging lately. Kind of becoming a problem. So, we're talking a little more, taking a little more care around new faces.
Tucked inside her jacket. Around the left pocket. His eyes are modded. Did I give it away with my body language?
Something you want to share with the class? Forget I had that, maybe?
Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers?
Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah.
Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me in this part of town? Guess I was just being careful around new faces.
Alright.
You're letting her keep it?
I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder though. Let a high-powered corporate mover shaker come in person. Why come to us? Why not go across the skywalk over to the nearest Ikaria-owned dispensary?
Yeah, why is Morgan just not purchasing the many legal drugs? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Ikaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... Well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if
This
these blue buds
reminds
are playing
me-
cautious around a paying customer, I can't shame them over it.
This reminds me of Arasaka from Cyberpunk Edge Runners and the game.
International crime organization known as Blue Bloods, early 21st century, Eastern Hemisphere triads, dock workers unions, loosening international corporate regulations, bargaining power, triads, globe combined with improvements in border security, smuggling smaller and smaller even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. They debate on the exact origin of Blue Bloods. Imagine, even among ex-members, there's debate about which side approached which or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity, which is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders, blah blah blah, threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities, acquiring legal charters for a business for many of their shipping security operations during the 2050s, cooling of hostilities between Blue Bloods and rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes of leadership during the 60s, however, reversed the trend. Blue Bloods remained a major player on the global criminal trafficking market. Their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so far long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expensing the resources it would take to change the status quo. I'm not gonna say that any one person on Nth Circle had like more work to do than the others, but Keone really wrote this entire thing by himself, and the articles too, like everything.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, everyone knows that Kyria have taken the lion's share of the city. Just didn't realize they had a monopoly too. Hey, get it straight. The Kyria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind. Could we not do business?
No one said that. So what it'll be?
Well, I don't want any of these shits choking on their own foam.
Even if it'll be funny to watch.
I figured I'd just find a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. That half of them get high off the atmosphere.
Downers, huh? We've got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours.
Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? That's gonna shit themselves, are they?
Nope. Not until the morning, at least.
Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end?
Got plenty. Long as they don't mind tapping hippos.
Toxic Hippo? Comment down below if you got that reference. Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale?
Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our bestseller.
Sounds great.
Fortunately, it's in high demand, so...
Nirvana. Metahexphenyl. Let's sold in black markets. Shorted of nerve when taken as an inhalant, euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. Suspect the drug is being accessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. Process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential to prevent rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical markets. Blah blah blah. Uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Possession, production of use of or trafficking methylhexaphenyl is crime, even when a drug is legalized. Previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty. Okay, new drug. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it.
Gladly.
Maybe a black card is just like a credit card for drugs. Or like a illegal credit card. I don't know. Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. Checks out, right? Serial's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. Oh, here's our explanation. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. Looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognize it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Apprenticeship for what? Do lawyers really hit it up like that? Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell in the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So the hell's going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark, spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor.
Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called Jerrywood. Redid the paint myself with the finish I had imported.
It is a nice piece of furniture, Green. I was referring to your paperweight.
Oh yeah, that. You like it?
Do I like it? I think it's
I
cool.
don't know, do you?
Sure, it has a certain rustic simplicity. Though it's not exactly gleaming, have you considered giving it a polish?
That'd be a crime.
Oh,
Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize.
prize. It's not yours.
Something I picked up on the job.
Masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged. Stifled as if pained. Seems like I'm not the only guest tonight. Oh, here's yours. This is
Really
yours.
wish you'd left the music on, lady.
Sorry, you say something? Completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear your word you said.
Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Shadow is missing.
Oh. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Is that his voice for him?
Yeah, I think so. Close enough.
Speaking of my business, how are we looking?
The card's still processing.
Sorry about that.
Guess it takes time to snake a wire through even pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too. Apparently, batteries plummeting. Dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth.
Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before he palmed it off his corpse.
Okay.
Getting a lot of information about what type of criminal Morgan is.
Your boss must be a careful guy. Delegating you to come down here with this.
Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of the shit costs. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like you'd ever know the difference.
Good on you, ripping off bastard, a woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification and we're golden.
Hey, Shadow.
Did I miss anything?
You missed like one line. It's fine. There's a dude inside the freezer, but Morgan pretended not to notice.
Their problem?
That's you, Shadow.
Oh, so yeah, is there a problem?
No problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard.
And what's that?
That the Blue Bloods had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust anything you hear out there. Or read, or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask?
Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to.
Sounds like a Pokemon. Hold on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand?
I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it is rare. In fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them.
What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which they don't. If you want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady. Steve puts up cameras, we pull out masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches slower. Back and forth, off the escalators. But an old mask got text that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition Anti-facial recognition fractalized active defense. Any camera, scanner, or ad, if you know what an ad is, it's a robot, looks at the mask because they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you just walk down the busiest street in the city. No, translated literally as ability, world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater with traditions and codified. Do you know about this? Is this real? Cranky?
You're acting like Cranky's some Japanese guru.
Yeah, Grok, can you? Is this real?
At Grog.
Not that I know of.
Some Japanese dance. No strict adherence to tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted, such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently. And brick every camera within half a kilometer.
Hold on, can I just say something really quickly?
You know your stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've been listening to a song and it's like low-key peak, and then I go to look at the name to add it to my playlist. It's called Big Booty Hood Twerk Vinyl Compilation. I'm not even kidding.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna share it to you guys. Look.
You banned
Okay,
the bar.
Insane.
I'll listen to it later. You know your buyer beware.
But if this mask could do you half of what you think it could, anyone who's got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily.
So how much?
More than you could afford, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options.
Maybe you do have the money, that's not the issue. I can't sell it, it's already been spoken for.
Shadow.
End of discussion.
Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the back of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of a proverbial truck. Whatever.
You weren't sent here on some errand.
Shit. What? What is it?
Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant.
She's some kind of mega meg spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say now, could I? Oh shit! Is really this easy?
Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason why I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall.
Guess I still haven't paid for my purchase.
Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown Harpo school.
Corpo.
Whatever.
It's corporate.
Or was it something you were born with?
Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. Serve in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too?
How's that?
You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you to entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because they have something rare that you desperately need.
Don't assume desperation or need.
Morgan's mugging everybody. How about want? You want the dark heart account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds.
And what's that?
To steal from your bosses.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're the one stealing from us.
Let me turn you a little bit up now that you're acting chat.
Oh yeah, I was far away from my mic as well.
Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just insurance. You want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't missed me yet, seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card for the mask.
Not even close.
The card plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly.
Nah, sister. You don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for.
I don't like it, but not cash then. Might as well try it. What about info instead? Why'd I shorten that? What about information instead?
I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel.
I could give you heartbreak. Okay. What'd she say?
Funny.
That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country. At some Meg's beck and call.
Heartbreak has killed 6 people. How does Heartbreak have this much influence? I mean,
Because
technically Heartbreak
he
has
was
killed
able
more.
to kill 6 people and get away with it.
Yeah, isn't this like super tech? Like everything's being watched.
Yeah, that is true.
But then
but,
again,
like-
how are they running this? You know.
Yeah. That's a Meg's beck and call. Wait, that's not me. Sorry. Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What the fuck are we talking about? Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shored the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up, seriously? No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why would we want Heartbreak? To learn from him? Make an example of him? Hire him? The Blue Bloods have been fighting the Rust, Vicaria, the state, and everyone else who wants a piece of for decades. Yet Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore.
Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that.
That was worth a try. Sergeant procrastinating, having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Lame fake out. Boo!
Nah, it was a good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card. It's just that mask is a death sentence crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until...
Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about.
Getting pulled in every direction.
What's even the criminal case here? I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She's gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. Mess was always a long shot. I was just personally curious.
Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world.
Don't worry. I'd like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. Oh, there's two people in here.
I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please.
Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh yeah. Make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised! Real quick before I forget, do you have a bag for all this? Oh.
Yeah, actually.
The hell? Only needed to distract him for a second. What? Less than one heartbeat. Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! I did tell him to mind the safe. Oh! Oh shit! Oh, you're dead!
Oh shit! I'm dead.
The big one made a small noise as he looked down to the see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso.
I got murked.
Oh! He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. Loud progress, haymaker swings in from his right. Bad instinct. Must have gotten used to sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his biceps smacks dully onto my shoulder. As I place my knife directly into his carotid. Ugh! Ugh! He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. What, is he really gonna try to pull it off? Oh! Someone's been stabbed.
Why do you pull out? You don't
when applying first aid to a puncture wound, recommending the foreign object is not recommended as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss.
This guy's dumb.
Another bad instinct. Ugh. Oxygen cut off to the brain. Hard losing vision. Ugh. Red. And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves. Ugh. He hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest of the pack. Yo, these are new characters. Why is she killing them all?
Yo, half the cast is gone.
Personally, I wouldn't mind. I would have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 2020. The gun's double-barreled, 2 shots spent. Mother still has my knife in a little death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. Oh shit!
No.
What the hell?
Wait,
Why not?
Woo!
Oh shit! So come to think of it, holy fuck! Screenshot, screen that shit. How do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh fuck!
Right.
Yo! That was crazy!
Yeah, that was insane.
Okay.
His due! Oh, that was a crazy title drop! Holy fuck!
Are we pausing here?
No, not pausing here. I'm just fucked up right now. Holy shit! Was that not peak? Was that not peak?
Yeah, that one.
Am I recording this shit? Oh my god! Episode 2.
I'm still sad that I got murked.
his too. Yo, 4 characters just got dropped. They were on the trailer.
Yeah.
Apparently got 3
ended
centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebrae and stopped dead. Oh my god!
I feel so bad for the poor guy. He was like,
he's just an intern. Still got the job done
Yeah.
after a few whacks, but well, it's my first time with the sword. I've never been very good at anything first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deafened the sound of the gunfire. That gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Shit!
Shit.
Wow. Oh, my fault, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
You wanna read that again? For the
No.
audience?
I already did.
Oh my god, fine. It's you, Cranky, you.
Hold on, Mike.
bro,
Who the hell?
Some kind
what?
of mod
This
kicking
isn't
him out.
mommy ASMR, Cranky. Turn that shit up.
He just got shot in the chest. Are we dead end?
A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tearing his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, but his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed.
Rules, I thought.
Blood's pooling fast. You got 4 minutes.
4 minutes for what?
Everything.
You're no mega assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey Lady? All that red shit of either us, newest rabid dog, caribou.
It's cute how you all give each other nicknames.
You're a civilian?
Where's the mask?
What? Go to hell.
Say it like it's Shadow speaking to you.
Go to hell.
You just looked right at the desk drawer. Thought you said you played poker. Need your keys.
A civilian thief?
Theft is victimless. It's robbery and violence is involved.
So you're just out of your goddamn mind.
I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Greek. Your choice. Do you really want to be rude?
You're like you can take it.
Key clicks into the small safe and I pull upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important?
So consider it. Not just throw it anywhere.
Okay.
I was joking.
3 minutes now. Sarcasm costs you the time you don't have. There it is, gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. Cranky.
Cranky, are you falling asleep, bro? Wake up.
Where'd he go?
You just fell asleep.
Yo, we can't hear you, Cranky. Where are you? 1 sec! Alright, guys, we'll be back. Okay, he's
It's-
back.
Oh, okay. He
That's
literally meant 1
something.
sec. My fault.
Okay, continue, Cranky.
So that's it. You, all of us. For that? Just for that?
I get asked that question a lot.
Gang, gang.
What's up with the fucking hat? Oh, no, it's a mask. It's a
The
mask. I was like,
dum dum.
yeah. I was like, what the fuck did you have a fedora? Would you feel better if I killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? We still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. Spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment, the surface seems to rise. Is it trying to adjust itself to me?
Supposed to make sense. You wanting a mask so bad.
I feel like it's gonna be weird to edit, but I feel like the music's kind of loud. That should be a little better.
If I was as serious as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hidden ears must be the worst kind of feeling, being seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak.
Ooh.
Yeah, big bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk.
Don't flatter yourself.
Oh, that was them. That was them in the trash bags.
It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking.
First honest thing you've said. So what gives HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing because your daddy smack you around. Your mommy not hug you enough.
Could be true. My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. That's a sufficient amount.
So what the hell's your excuse?
I don't make excuses.
Then what the hell's wrong with you?
Say it like Shadow just
What?
cruised the other way.
To you, like that.
Shadow. Then what the hell's wrong with you?
Less than a minute now. Could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer just come over there and school this?
How many?
Another question straight out the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread?
Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch.
Whatever. Point is, I am not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to.
Do what thou will. Goal of the law. Is that it?
Don't know what you're referencing. From where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the best down to my face and feel it briefly rise.
Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming.
Hold on, new track.
And it's fire.
As to be expected.
I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable.
Told you that mask was a death sentence that it was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas, home turf. Huntsman, like the thing from Reaper. Huntsman can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over here and slaughter the rest. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it.
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Finders keepers.
Forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning, lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. We'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go and murder everyone you've ever.
She laughs. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
What a face.
Is that his crotch? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. He's on his period.
Okay. Should have taken you up on tipping out early. Anything would be dying, staring at a face. A face like that.
So, Huntsman coming to get me? Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a little. I need to scuff things up a bit more Make this more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit for me. Cover get it back? What is this? Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So I never bothered to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But might have a need for a knife again, shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. I'll be taking this back. Smiles. Heaven smiles. I had to pray. Why is it that the dead are always grasping?
Why is his hand missing?
Yeah, did she saw it up? Cover tracks. That sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned. But now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model. Oh, they're modded. That's why they look like that. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong, educated guess at this price range. If they back up any data, can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. Gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull.
No way.
Oh! That was from the trailer. Holy shit!
I called.
I thought that shit was symbolic. Oh no!
Just ripped out the poor guy's eyes. That's crazy.
Oh, with the bat? Oh my god. She is on some other shit. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. The sword is... it's fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Oh, by the way, one more thing before we continue. Not much of a spoiler, because she's been announced a couple times. There's this one person named Han. She has like the same tattoo that Greek has, like the three red like teardrop thingies. So
gang tattoo?
Yeah, so she's probably with him, but I'm glad she didn't get murked like these four idiots.
Yeah.
Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove the gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handed all the murder weapons to my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and knife. But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Focus, no mistakes. The card? The dark card plays its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. Could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer or even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dark card off and set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creed's pod mugged it off some slumber and we're trying in vain to get beer money off of it. Okay. The remote. This is the remote I used to track the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off of it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. Besides, what was it he said? You like it loud, scoops of bugs? He was right about that much. Little smokescreen never hurts. All that yelling has made my throat kind of hoarse. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dropped the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit, probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... For Aura! No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensic scheme. And now I'm looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. What else? Gambling? Wires? Door?
No, I'm being dead ass.
Cigarette?
Yeah. I have a neighbor who whose husband won a Nobel Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize
Jeez.
for like figuring out stuff with forensics. I'm being dead ass too.
That's Cool. That cigarette was in my mouth. Prints can be removed with a swipe of the sleeve, but saliva is no choice. I'll have to take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Smoke it down to nothing if I'm feeling masochistic. Tasted like microwave sand sprinkled with aluminum and artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scatter particulates. Forensics finds them, but can't match them to a source. Well, so what? All I know is there was a horrible spliff here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blood. By the way, how's everyone doing? Do we need to take breaks?
Honestly, I wanted to end it at the next scene.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, I am going to go till like fucking 9.
No, you're not.
I am, because I'm
not.
You're
I'm
not.
leaving soon in a
I'm
couple
done
days.
with my.
Yeah, okay, I'll keep reading it then. I can take
Okay,
your
what
part.
are you doing? Keep reading.
Keys. Right, the keys I There's what is this? What is this keychain? Somebody in a maid dress. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All I have to say, can I have these back, Creek? There should be one more thing.
Chair.
No, I can.
Again.
Fuck. What else could be? The screen? The remote? The papers? Creek's skull? The papers? The cigarette? Is this...
What about the body behind the counter? You
like
check
this?
that?
Creek? Yeah, I did. Sword we checked.
Flashbacks?
Oh, what about the gun? Where is the
We
gun?
have the gun.
Did I already inspect it?
No, but I'm 50% sure that you do have the gun on you.
Dude, I don't like that there's an advanced screen. I'm gonna check for like 1 more minute. Or 30 more seconds.
Can you get captured in this game? I mean,
No.
does it matter or does it?
I mean, it's just... I don't really know. I feel like...
Do you think there's gonna be like some secret ending that's gonna be
Yeah,
like,
or
oh,
not like a
but
secret ending, but like something that you can do later along the line that affects something. The fuck? Can I not open the door?
What
Well,
about
shit,
the person in there?
Yeah, I'm trying to click on the door. I guess I'll just advance.
That maybe?
I checked the bat. Yeah, I literally checked everything. I did a sweep with my mouse. I'm gonna call it here. Yeah, okay. This feels like the scene's been set. Okay. 10 credits. It's a strange sensation erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last peak into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. And then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Who's in here? Thank God for the mask. Can still tell it smells god-awful in here. But it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit. Sense full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick. If it weren't for all the blood. Holy shit. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties, and then wrappings, beaten bloody and drugged? These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during this torture. Too bad. Okay, so
Oh,
just to be
shit.
clear, you two are gonna tap out of voice acting.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry, but my voice acting career is over.
It's okay. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captain has somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captains. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4,000 men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting up on trial for royalties. They'll wrap things up for me. Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was stuck the gun into her waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. I see how that would be stressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already? Kinda looks like... It's got similar hair to David. But like... If David was, If David was like, what do they call it? Bara?
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Like, Buff Yowie?
Bruh.
When you wake up, you'll want to start running. Damn, we just left this guy in here? It's definitely gonna...
Is this what happened to the first guy in the 0 chapter?
What do you mean? 0 chapter? What?
He got framed for heartbreak and she's heartbreak.
Oh, yeah! Yeah, can you take some accountability, Morgan? It is
Kinda
now
crazy.
August 14th, 28... Wait a minute. No, I'm stupid. I for some reason, I thought that the first episode happened in, like, the fall. But no, it happened in July.
Kinda crazy how you know that episode.
Ah! Sarah! Like I practiced. Irashai. Pardon? Keep working on it, kid. Bar Kintsugi. Do you guys know what Kintsugi is?
No.
Cranky? Kintsugi? The Japanese art?
No.
It's like it's like where you repair like cracked
With gold?
like cracked bowls with like gold and stuff, yeah.
me if I went to Japan.
So that's why it looks as aesthetic. It's cool. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? Oh, it is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with a younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the Android bartender? I'll talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. Does that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. So, wow, they gave her a job? They gave her 2 jobs? She's a paralegal and a bartender? Wait! A bartender! Yo, this was in my fanfiction! Yo, I literally wrote a fanfiction of the devil OC, who was a bartender. It's never gonna be seen by the public eye, but just know it's out there. Not out there, it's in there. It's in my Google documents. But did she cheap out on her bass installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. Oh, no, Sarah! She's a paralegal and an apprentice to Kintsugi. She likes split field diopter.
Like,
wait, what?
40 pounds.
Isn't she the girl in the first one?
Yeah. She was the robot or the android who was passed down to Morgan and caused a whole bunch of legal drama because it turned out she might have been an AI.
Oh,
and also possibly killed David. But we
now
proved
she's
that
an
she
AI?
didn't. She is an AI, but we also proved that she wasn't an AI.
But she is.
Yeah, she is. It's basically like she's a actual human, just who's like a robot, instead of like being a robot with like a coded brain and stuff. She likes split field diopter, wing chun, and full fitted clothes. She dislikes mobs, fire alarms, and variety packs. Her useless talent is, I can do a full split, but that's not useless. Her favorite quote is, as you think, so shall you become. Her confession is, I tried to use atomized makeup and broke a lipstick. I love you, Sarah. Yay! Hold on, I'm gonna make her dance. Wee. 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 Okay, that's enough. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. When she does find her footing, you'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bark and Suki. But I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my Android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day, indefinitely. But their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during the downtime. Ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, alone, whatever. Serves the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathroom. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. She walks like a person, talks like a person, and works like a person. The Supreme Court disagrees. 13-0. Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about this kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear a touche? Sarah, tell boss where you are what you spend your salary on. Let's see. Daimani, June 15th, 184 centimeters, 85 kilograms. Blood type A+. Occupation, an owner-operator in Kintsugi. He likes libraries, boatings, and fast learners. He dislikes marketing, solicitors, and signing things. He collects ancient coins. His pet peeves are web pages that take too long to load. And don't mention the speed at which Kintsugi site loads. I won't tell. I have a standard purchasing case. I've started purchasing cases of wine. Wait, what? That's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense. But if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews, so your brief sell the wine at a profit, what'll you do with that money?
Buy more wine.
Stop it, you're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. What? What for? Practice? You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, this place isn't exactly class. Fact. Also with with Sarah's coat off, she's like really lanky.
Yeah.
Well, are you volunteering to help with that? She must be dense, being 200 kilos and also being that scrawny. There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials. Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. After being signed and paid, I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. Mm-hmm. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He said that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're... Oh, you're using a deeper voice? Hold on, let me read that again then. What are you buying, you're a stranger? I don't know. I can't make a higher voice lower. That'll just be my normal voice. Please let me know when you're... Please let me know when you're ready to order. So much inspecting. Let's peruse the alcohol. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now that all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Rip.
It looks like a good bar. I don't know.
Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded. Already filled to the brim with servant farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. What is this? There's a tablet here. Someone leave this behind after the lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll have them out by throwing it in the trash. After I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel named a new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Now Proteca, investment firm.
Little Tekka.
An investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investments, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you are not plugged into an outlet, you're running a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. Damn, it took that long? The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane they took to get here runs on hydrogen, produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your planes. The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. We could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? Helium too is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to or in some tests, superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. You've yet to even stimulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Prove upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we built. That's essentially what ProTech has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it? I don't think that is illegally wise of me to try and summarize ProTech's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be any scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time scale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say there are basic people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you a member, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Shadow?
Yes. No.
Oh, get his ass. We're deporting you.
Senator.
Laughs. No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you are so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress. Moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics. And that process will never be conservative. Science does move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret it as you like. It's not open to debate as this. Make something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class, or power, or money. With the majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. So science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that, because of that, someone has a bias against them, that speaks only to their own politics, and not the failings of the scientific community to log into your Review Plus account with your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article and see so much more. Hell yeah. Who's this person? Serious? Dr. Serious? Based. For a pop sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take it seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making process defensive. The progress with... I feel like these are really close, like similar. Sirius was making like hydrogen fuel, which I guess that isn't really renewable. Yep. Oh yeah! I'm goated. I'm literate. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in the decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back. Datapad, which is clear these. I know what they are. Oh, blah 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 blah. Can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. It's like a newspaper, but it's digital. Okay. I'm gonna pause the recording. I gotta get some water. I didn't even notice, but my entire house is empty. Perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea into my head, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Alright. Cat? It's a lucky cat. Meow! Did he say something out of night? No. I suddenly got this strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say. Oh! Oh! Neko unlocked? Wait. Neko! Yo, look!
Oh!
Oh!
Necomorg!
Nice.
That's so peak!
Yeah.
W game!
That used to be like, for beta users only. Or beta players only. Like, you had to play, like,
Wait,
the very
actually?
first versions of the game. But, now it's available to everybody. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. Now I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate for the most part. A pot of mid-level blue bloods added. Seems like they were told to sit on it. And they were willing to sell? Oh, Diamante's on it. On this. Nope. Left at my price, called me a spoiled meg, and kicked my butt out the door. He doesn't know about
I don't
that
think
much.
that's what happened, Morgan.
They weren't curious where you got their information from? Honestly,
Wait!
no.
I
Yeah?
know why she's named Morgan now.
Why?
Could it be a reference to Dexter?
Who's...
Right?
Hold on.
Oh my
Morgan
gosh.
from Dexter.
But no, but like... No, it's Dexter Morgan.
Dexter Morgan.
It's
Yeah,
the main
Dexter's
character.
last name is
No, it's
Morgan.
Dexter.
I've never...
Jesus
watched
Christ, Morgan. I know you're weird, but this weird...
this. His occupation is a serial killer. But he's not a lawyer. He's a scientist in bloodstain pattern analysis.
No, but still, like, the name
Analyst.
Morgan.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's a serial killer. Probably. It's probably... possibly where it came from. They rushed me out of there pretty fast when they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? Oh! New track! Tables. On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lo-fi. Is that inappropriate of a question? We've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Ed and I didn't move here until she started her investment at Masters in... Oh, that's why they were doing coke in their apprenticeship. Masters was that like old-ass lawyer who's like one of the more sleazy types. Yeah, she was probably cutting coke during working hours. If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. Pouts. How we met? Huh? Well, that story is not very good. Skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reynard a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And you too would gamble with stake. Every time.
Like an ad plug.
And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous, mask ball, cult-vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. So you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? Oh. Irashai! Wait, hold on. Cranky, it's your time. How do you say this?
Exactly how you did.
Irashai, what does that mean?
I don't know. I didn't learn that one yet.
Are you joking?
I've only taken like
Irashai.
a year of Japanese. I don't know every
Irashai.
single word.
Man, you've taken a year of Japanese, but you can't work at a bar? What are we doing here?
Not Not
Two
kawaii.
firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits. Their shades stated so dark, they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Oh? Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not doing clothes that look expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Suit noir. Shade slick. More emphasis on the raw. Oh, thank you. I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then.
She's getting kidnapped.
Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani.
Gentlemen.
Pardon us for dropping in with emphasis making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whether dead. We look like petty landlords to you? Or, we look like petty landlords to you? If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. That's me? Well, the name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. That's something blaring in my earbud. I am a Morgan, Esquire specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You do look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for her. You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. This is over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Or does it look like it can? Gray men is this one. Time sensitive then. Maybe we'll have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we then? You think you're funny? Compared to you. Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. Oh. I'm familiar. You're? I've seen their name in the papers. Loki, what papers?
Wait, what AK are we?
What?
What?
2086 minus 2025. 61.
61
61
AK.
AK. 61. Wait, hold on. Where's this Akira person? Am I crazy? Is it in the search terms? Rust. Might.
I might have chat.
Am I? Where are the fucking? I was like, were they talking about this in? Was she talking about this with the gangs, with the gang members, or? Yo, I might be illiterate. I don't think me getting that article right proved anything. Blue blood.
Blood.
No, not here. Nirvana? No.
Something
Maybe it was actually in the
way.
ballot. Kiria. I think I remember Cranky trying to pronounce it, so it was with Daimani, which suggests that it might have been here, but I might be... Articles... No, it's... The text is orange, so it suggests it's here. I'm gonna pause the recording. This is getting kind of boring. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna keep playing. Plastic their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were
Did you
cursing it
unpause
last
the
night.
recording?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Cranky, for checking. So maybe that propaganda is working. Doesn't matter how generous they are, Gallows. They're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with a criminal qualifier? Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Miss Daimani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So we gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business or the Acadia? Acadia, always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such gentlemen. Knew these whoopsies. Knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Hadn't I? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah. I'm actually in danger. I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but appreciate the thought. Bye, Sarah! I'll see you. I'll see you right now. Okay. Boss? Who are those men really? You clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully. Because of how Icadia puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. What do you mean by? Well, what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into liquor, waters the whole thing down. Understood? 1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. It's a mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is? Historically, the ruling class has enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility. Old money is another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money. They don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright. You shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago. Recession, depression, civil unrest, apolitical upheaval. Alright. 31 AK, get ready for another recession. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. Wait, this guy's old then. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could buy... While everything else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying, for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from the lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, Some were left standing with a lot more than they came with. New money? New kind of new money. The new nobility. New ability if you're writing a think piece. Slang term for the noble rich. New money. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, even as the second estate that administers global power alongside the first governments and the first governments and the third corporations. I've been recording for 2 hours and I feel fresh as ever. Users also frequently search for who are nobility families, how to marry into wealth, find Naval. One of the best oligarchs and devourer barons. When the government of the world tried to re-privatize the industries they had to take over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And you start at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Acadia. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Acadia cartel. Drug smugglers and extortionists. Thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on them tight, and then shake. So they are a crime family? Like the mob? This is the 21st century, kid. Not even that. House Acadia is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. Simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper. But not in practice? Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards of years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. Like me whenever I run, because I don't fucking exercise. I should edit that out. Oh, that's not red at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah? So what did the Acadia do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Ugh, stupid, the most important ingredient. A drop of grenadine. It's a martini. The Lady Maria. Ooh, it's beautiful. This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Acadia, don't let the warmth of the golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. This is Japanese as hell. The rocks almost look like a Roblox game. No offense to renders, but it's quite an uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy at least was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. You filled the time slot. Already? Then we've got no chance of... Maybe, if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet! I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses. but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. The one on the right's bald as hell. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so as long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. Oh boy, more exploring. Let's admire the view. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Oh! This was like in a model employee, where they're in that like corporate space. They're in like that space in the building where it's like an illusion to like keep their customers happy. Also new track again. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. Might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Yeah, they said something about that in Model Employee. Is it trying too hard to look concerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe, but my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS Proposition City ahead of its next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has been already improved a record high. I can't read this shit. I need to log in. A city has already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging the city council to consider contracting the services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the low wards. When are officials gonna say enough is enough? I did not actually read these two paragraphs. Give me a second. Okay, so they're just like having security issues at this convention thingy. Said Demico, head of press relations, Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all the first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who emphasize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements when we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month, as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, PACs, and voters ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is supposed to bring, with some who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info really and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing strappers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you by advertiser-free thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Robert McGill of the McGill Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, Rockford, Emma Rockford, and readers like you. Thank you. Please sign in to read the rest. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or a paywall, but why list your donors in an article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the point apart. The city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget makes a little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with him clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though? Not like it'll be the least popular political decision they made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. The country's already circus without any bread. You think that the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even with a pro-clutching pitching yourself at the same time. Go fish! Oh my god, there's a fishing minigame. If I weren't hyper aware of the flicking sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Little children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they spin it. Their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees. It'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... check recording. What the fuck? Yo, I got so scared. Usually on OBS, there's supposed to be like a red circle on the icon to like show it's recording. It was not there. It's still recording. It's just not there. And it's back. Okay. Jesus Christ. Maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. And... give me a sec. Were you... Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws any attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Whoa. Another gang member. Or not gang member, he's more like a mob boss. Stop staring and get a move on. It's that kind of man walking out of this place, who is waiting for me inside. For 9 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Ikeria Tower residential floors. Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance. Ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia of all people would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Oh! Look at that word, guys, look at that word. Artifice. Is Shadow here? Not really. Artifice. With every glance. Costumes and makeup abound. Is that a disappointment? Not even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld. There's no escaping the etiquette of it all. Uptight woman. She's the one. Doesn't look like much. Peons. Suddenly their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still. The young master returns. Who the fuck is this? You're late. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, sir, Everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy, lost child. Silence. Yes, sir. What time were you... told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone? You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and now one word further. I also have your teeth removed, by way of curbside. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? Hell yeah, you are. He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Okay, we're dealing with a joker here.
Yeah.
Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost of your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You, red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. Same here. This voice I'm doing fucking hurts. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer, Morgan. Morgan Criminal Defense. Mr. How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. Makoto Ikaria. Date of birth, February 27th. Height is 146 centimeters.
Where's Shadow's height?
Oh, that's under 5 feet. Wait.
I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that.
Oh, hey, Shadow, you're back. And you're really loud. It's fine, I can lower you on my own. Bullet type A-. Occupation, heir apparent. No, that's not right. Unemployed, not right either. He's a student. He likes biographies, shogi, and amber. He dislikes tardiness. We can see that. Tarnish and group assignments. His favorite figures are Saladin, Sun Tzu, and Hannibal. Yo, get this guy out of here, man. Get this guy out of here. Favorite phase. Ve Victus. Woe to the... Yo. Relaxes by building and painting models. This guy is not serious. You, Morgan Criminal Defense. Yo, this kid is stupid as fuck! Morgan Criminal Defense. Have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day? And we have important work to do. Right, of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto. I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later, or some such thing. Mrs. Defans. Code? Code! You're muted and on your phone. Code's here. Recording. We're playing Of the Devil episode 2. You should have seen the first act of the episode. It was crazy. Mrs. Defans. Mrs.? Really? The house has a need of legal services. Oh. Why do you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. Right then, so you want to hire me? Our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me? And I'm flattered, Makoto. But, did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You'll
Okay,
have
I
to be
think I have
more
an idea.
specific. Wait, what?
The guy who Morgan framed for killing everybody is actually the person who got charged and they're trying to defend.
Wait, say that
Like in
again?
the first act.
Yeah.
When Morgan killed those 4 people, and
Uh-huh.
she framed it on the guy who was being tortured.
Yeah.
That's the guy who they're trying to like defend or whatever.
Oh, that's your prediction? That seems
Yeah.
kind of likely.
She's defending who she set up.
Yeah, again.
Oh, poor guy.
Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Acadia. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some or both. While the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? You're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks, but I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Dufans? You are recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally, it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. R.I.P. David. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. When my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. Let's start from the middle. What's this manner, though? I'll admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard at it. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite an equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of my servants put you in contact with a contracting firm. That's alright. Something tells me that the Consultation alone would break my bank account. Makoto! Who are you? I'd like to know a little bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I'm the only son of Raphael Acadia, and the only grandson of Daisuke Acadia. The CEO of the Acadia Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding family servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question. I know that peasants raised outside their stratus have little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what it is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I'm younger than some does not mean I am less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? No, sir! Sir, no, sir! You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says Georgia's pet. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think this is... I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And on the submissive, they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called in for this instance. If only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Acadia for very long. One way or another. Okay, let's talk about House Acadia. But I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, and this is just another job. Ending all of this, starting back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores. It's what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. Matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. I'd take it a step further and guess we're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines right on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly, depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangsters of the city under your control. Other thinks that you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Expecting me to ask you what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. For financiers, you don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Kadia Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Kadia Financial Group? Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone. Such unsavory work wouldn't get them into ballrooms and boardrooms here as a society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. To Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but let's pass this prologue. Renogen, they're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renogen presently? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My headphones DC'd for a second. We were given one seat on the board as formality. That's the extent of it. Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of that word. He's downplaying their pull within Renogen. Putting a medicine in the cabinet of your home. Improve patients' lives and communities. Minimize environmental footprint. Upper dignity of consistent steady growth to investors. Adjusted treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes. So they made like really good insulin. Okay, here we go. Kira Financial Group, most exclusive asset managers. Investing should be accessible to anyone. Add. Okay. Then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. No more than a little big. It's only polite. Since it's necessary, talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defans, but you will be working for me. So you have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's reflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing well. Yet it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renogen has no relationship to anything that happens in the city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Security. Really, but legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain to meet the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that the House of Karia is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this. Nut allergy, you allude to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, can't be helped. Circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? If you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your... Oopsies. Constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold on one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so gracefully, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to subtly imply that you're stingy with your own graciousness. Got it, yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Oh no! It is! Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, dragged and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to the hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. So this game is fucking great. This is the second time this has happened. Un instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. Not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for. Right then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? Get the impression that Arcadia territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city's our territory. But it's true that our presidents felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and tracked down that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might just call that commendable. But knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are, but to think that they want to pin 5 murders on him. Wait, 5? Wait. Creek, Tanks, Trey, Miller. 5?
Who's the 5th?
Did he say 5? Yes, 5, it's absurd. I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, so offended, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. Ooh. A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was there a QC or... No. They've made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. Oh. As if a house of remember would be your prison. Should have never dared to think I got lucky here. Those circumstances sound very complex, Makoto. And the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Akariya. The Hound! I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be... violent? Impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that... I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken, and needed to be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Acadia can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, The state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop. I can't afford to sit this stand out. We'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Akaria-sized wall in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of Hasakadia. I'll take Sasuke's case. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. True, Prodigy. But you might be right. Maybe I never was. I chose to put that gun to Sasuke's hands, when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from the moment to the razor edge I'm walking now is perfectly straight. Line sharp from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs are pointing. Oh snap. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated! 41! 21! 41! In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah. Tell Sarah to meet me at the police station and address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There'll be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Yo, it's Masters! Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office being your clients? Around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime shooting? Haha! What? Is this some kind of Is this some who cares? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said. Lay up. Oh, that's what she said. Yeah. I'm still best at that. I'd still best at that shit, though I don't give a profanity. This woman is old, so it's very possible that she lived during our time and was also like posting, was also being like a like posting TikTok shit posts and stuff. Does Masters know about 6-7? Am I? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
You can hear me yapping? Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Oh, hey. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can't hear what Jay's saying. Let me unmute him.
Unmute me? Unmute me? Why would you do such a thing?
Of the devil.
Okay, man. That's fine. Just, like, tell me if you're about to mute me. So I can, like, I'm not yelling into the void.
Oh, have you been yapping at me? Have you been yelling at me?
No, I haven't. I was just, like, just in case I do.
Or one.
I'm working in case for the Kyria, whom I assume we've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me anytime.
Okay, you're getting muted.
Okay. But I'm not well positioned to turn that job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? You're like not getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like just asking for my advice. Oh! Yo!
Yo.
Shut up. Look at stream.
Yeah?
The aura loss. Look at it, look at it, look at this.
Like being chained.
No.
Her loss is incredible.
I told you she knows about TikTok brain rot and shit. Watch this, she's gonna say 6-7 in this text message. I'm not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur on the. Just wasn't funny. Not even. Non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. Charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. They're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clean with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear jars running around, telling tales. Whatever poor profanity-ers that they pinned multiple homicides on. It's obviously
like
not
they could kill
anyone important.
people, but they can't, show fucker. Like, oh, that could be that word.
I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges.
He's gonna say 6'7".
I'll let you know if she says it. Dirty works left at the pawns. The whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about striking them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. How you... Yep, you uncovered my cool profanity-ing secret. These actors, singers, celebs, they're all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the clone of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, mother Venator. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and famous, and the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass out in those rooms, negotiating appearance fees, taking my 30%. 30%? Really are shameless. That's what she said. Alright. Thanks as always, for the sage counsel. If you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. New Masters thing. July 7th. Wait depends on the time of day. Is that a being old joke, or...
I don't know.
I'll keep it. It was rhetorical. Lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. She likes waterfalls, manicures, macadamia nuts. She dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Is that Morgan? She likes to drink cosmopolitan and double. She collects favors and friends in high places. Luck is SSR on the first pull. Isn't that a gacha game thing? SSR. I think that's a gacha game thing. I wouldn't know. Five and 4. August 14th, 2086. Obviously, I wasn't sure that would happen after I left the crime scene, and I wasn't sure that I'd find walking here to speak with my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. What do you mean? He doesn't look too bad. I mean, like, he's cut up and stuff, but like, what did you expect? Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Looks fine. Oh, I heard. What voice do I do for this? Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly why you're here. You your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah! Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. Really prefer I call you an orca? Prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I've been softened up. That they've broken me and I'm ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Cool. Sasuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer, I am your lawyer. Ah, right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. And misspeak too, if I'd lost as much blood as you. Am I crazy or is his body kinda tea? Am I crazy?
I don't know.
Morgan Esquire, I'll be presenting you here from on out. Sasuke of House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs. What tend to bar? Well, it is only part-time. Right. So tell us, Sasuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. What? Asking about you not having on file? So, alright, which firm are you from? DDD, MPM. I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into it. Makoto thought differently. The young master! You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards the last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and the young master has spoken on this matter. I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sasuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want me to know? So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sasuke Hayakawa, 4th son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted in the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the heir with my life. From the time you're able to walk, a lot of demand for taller bodyguards. All that's ever asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had, and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. If you relate your relationship with your family as a transaction, it's not something so cold, girl. It is a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you're standing before a judge and they ask your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sasuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say my name is Sasuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial. August 23rd. A lot of August birth dates. Head of personal security in the Ikaria group. He likes whetstones, paperbacks, and matcha. Reformative! And dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. His favorite author is Alexander Dumas. He likes a cafe americano, and his default status is non-work related messages will be blocked. He's also gay. Glad to be in your service. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all security teams. Nice to probably meet you. Nice to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, your legal bartender, past time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular instance, Adelaide, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being Glad we've all broken the ice. Speaking captain. Makoto told me this all because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower. Floor 108. 2 p.m.? He wasn't in school? Oh, that's that you refrained from mocking the young master in my presence. He's a child. Anyone can see that. But you have no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lifts stopped suddenly between floors 61 and 62. 61. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. 50-51. A 50-51. Staying wasn't safe either. If they couldn't stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just let the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floor 60 through 7. Oh! Ah! Shadow!
Ah, 6-7.
Yeah! 60 through 70! We're undergoing heavy...
Got you. I saw the 6-7, Saw the 6-7.
Hold on, I gotta post this to Blue Sky.
Did they say they were gonna put 6-7 into this thing?
No, I just...
Oh, you assumed?
I didn't assume anything, I was joking.
Actually?
Yeah. Okay. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding, comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. That's very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to, on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh? Well, that sounds like fun. House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and I... kids are tougher than you think. I think I'll get over it. So you... escorted him to the surface elevator. Take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarped doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 cedars, and its weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters when slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so it could have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire, slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Dollar one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street singer punks who are used to compensating with kickback of jailbroken zippers. Might as well have been aiming for the ceiling. Finn lines up his shot properly, laser sight dialed in on the master's young left trapezoid. I shift into the horse stance rider and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps towards my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally, a cheap shot. Yo, they give Trey a laser pointer? Yeah. He really was an intern. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock. I turn my neck. Feel a weight punch in my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. That's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Key to Type 2 internal thorax booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but it's short. It's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. And it makes you feel like a random marathon during that 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched those doors shut myself. Taking three more noodles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Alright, Sasuke. So regarding Makoto, these men laid a trap, targeted him with drinks, failed, then they take you instead. Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics and I knew our vulnerabilities, yet still I failed. Sasuke, that is not incorrect. Adonai, am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot up before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No, no one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personnel security for the Kiryu Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I was carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. Uh-oh! So lame. So cool! You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? You just assume that is a katana? Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house which shows, and shows that I am acting as a representative of it. It is ceremonial then. No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. You tried for Makoto, got you instead. Took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? Huh. As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? What have they used on me? I can remember some things, but how much of it's real, what order it happened in, it's all. Just say whatever comes to mind. It could be anything. Sight, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound. My wrists bound above my head. Tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet. Some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. He asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. but I'm confident then that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. But I can see it. A pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the whole entire time. My ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined. So, oh, whoopsies. That squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually there was talk. At the door I heard, they were all talking to someone else. A new voice? Was it high pitch or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important, it belonged to someone new. Someone's beside you and the dead who was there last night. Did you make out any part of their conversation? No, not a word. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then,
You've been unmuted.
a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. When I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight, I cut it rather than try and... the damn thing must have been acting as a bandage. That's when I took it out. Between the light and pain, I thought that my head would split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if it just... Something was poking me. Something tugged at me through my waistband. The gun. A gun.
I wonder where that came from.
Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety chamber reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance. Some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer, emitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured? But then you woke up armed, and were able to escape? The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sasuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. The first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They gave me a knife and an unloaded gun, a way for me to stumble out so they could miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of the room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That'll be quite a feat, given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale after the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking... Yeah, let me just make sure I didn't read that. It was unloaded. So... The brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sasuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So if we tell the police that the gun was unloaded, would that clear Sasuke's name for 2 of the murders? There's no proof that the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. The gun was some sort of jailbroken mag rail. Only residue it would leave behind is static. So as long as my print's on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility then? The second possibility is that someone walked in the building, killed my captors, and tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. I wonder how this is gonna turn out. Who could they possibly blame this on? Because somebody killed those
Morgan.
people, and it's not Sasuke, and it can't be Morgan, because we have 3 more episodes to go. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. If it helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. We just reasoned that you could have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. Oh! A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly. My lips part. We're expecting this? Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? Girl, you've killed people before! Why are you so surprised? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the... Oh, okay, well that's lamer. It's like government-sponsored murdering. Doesn't count.
Yeah.
Okay. I've taken lives, many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. Not true, Sarah. I've killed people. Whether or not superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. What soldiers? Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She's good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose it is. Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sasuke? I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now I feel... What is it, you remember something? Yes. After I stepped out the door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief red listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The 5th man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? Yeah. Stabbed through the back with a sword! Stewed like a goddamn piece of meat! Hey Reyes! And you've got the boss to ask him to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Do you like me to play back what you said? Not right now. Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking. Oh, save me the lecture, gray hair! Fuck. Where'd it go? London. Homicide detective first class. He likes duct tape, mascara, and oak. He dislikes parking lots, ties, and honeydews. He's the best at finding new restaurants. His commendations are none displayed at his workstation. No commendations are displayed at his workstation. And his wardrobe is more expensive than it looks. Kinda boring. Hey you two! I'll save the lecture, gray hair. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't. It's graying a little bit. Yeah. It's graying, maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan. And I've never...
Good, that's where she stopped saying her lines.
No, I've never liked you, Morgan, and I've never fantasized about you pinning me to the ground in a dirty alley and making out with me, forcing your tongue down my throat. Nah, you're breaking my... I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer.
Bring the immersion.
Whatever my client's association... Shut up. He's a cop killer! Innocent until proven to take guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Homicide detective third class. She likes sneakers, volcanoes, and the Paralympics. Do you think they let modded people on it? plotted people into the Paralympics? Scalpers, hoarders, and a niece. Whatever that is. Her favorite TV is civil engineering documentaries. Her shampoo is dunno. Conditioner is more important. And she's undefeated at volleyball. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. Proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file right now, right? Our first piece of evidence! Jesus! Sasuke Akadia was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed under medical transport. Injuries noted at the time. Blood from various sources across the anterior of the body. Numerous bones in the left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding through the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as found. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Others blood across the tops of the feet and phalanx. Largest wound found at the crown of the skull. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blood trauma to anterior right side of head. Epic. The client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened. Some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Is there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. What do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason I thought you cared about that. Police badges in a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you've got a snowball's chance in hell proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. You'll never get charges brought against the officer who did it. Try asking for something doable. Don't do giving away all my best tricks. Door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You've gotta be shitting me. That's a blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. We could have a doctor brought here. Give him the chance to take a hostage? It's not the 99-man race. You can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99-man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. The 99-man refers to a theoretical state of being which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and, yes, technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayad Saffron quoted the story's inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism, humanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists, like her name, have taken the 99-man as a challenge, modeling themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual who had the greatest percent of their body mass replaced with artificial analogs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who has suffered from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through Howe's Industrious Theseus Initiative. Howe officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life. The Theseus has never produced any consumer marker products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are all at all replicable.
Jay, you know you'd eat up
What?
Cyberpunk. If you like all of this stuff, this is Cyberpunk. This is not Cyberpunk. This is not Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
No, not the genre. It's Cyberpunk.
But you like Cyberpunk, the game, and the...
Okay, man.
And the freaking... What's it called? Like, bro, I'm telling you, I'm trying to put you on peak right here.
I'm gonna change my I'm gonna change my charm. I don't really like Necomorg.
What?
It's staring at me! Alright.
It's so peak though.
Let's do. Let's go with Sato.
Zeta.
Sato Yumi. She's like the person at the what's the person at the morgue called the doctor who takes apart bodies to see what killed them. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad. Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate this premium lower morale added. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to counselor. Protective details are compromised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial. When he shows up at the court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either.
Wait, but
So
can we
keep it
just
here. Yeah.
really quickly, let's just go over the fact that she wouldn't have this job if she didn't cause the problem.
Yeah.
So she's giving herself a job.
Well,
She's
shit, that's free
self-employed.
money.
She's a freelancer. So,
What would have happened if she just gibbed him in the head?
no job.
Did she really think that there would be no,
Investigation, but no, I don't think
Yeah,
there
no.
would be a lawyer.
no loose ends is what I was gonna say?
Oh,
What, the interrogation room? Counseling corridor. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor's not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts for keeping watch? No, we're keeping watch? It is the homicide department's counseling corridor. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell's that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had that chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch, yeah, I really called him that. Piece of shit. Bastard killer. But like every other cop I've walked past again here, you've yet to call Sasuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. Got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone. So long as they're not a person. Whatever. Think what you want, creep. Well, so long as it's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into that crime scene as soon as possible. You've gotta be...
I like
What,
how
like-
quickly that changed. The switch up is diabolical.
She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up at the line has been raring to go on this. Now that Sasuke's
And your
actually got a lawyer.
soundtrack.
Mhm.
Lena actually work on this?
No, this is not Lena. This is part of the original soundtrack. I would tell the
Wait,
audience if
when's
there's
Lena? When's Lena? getting
if I assume that all the tracks that all the new tracks that happened during this episode, it happened like once when they were in the garden, once when Morgan was once in the gang room, and I think once more. I don't think I've heard any of the tracks from the Lena Rain trailer, but or Lena Rain teaser, I should say. Shout out to Lena Rain for the music though, or the whatever music I said was hers. Well, maybe that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day. We wouldn't have said it again. Whatever, pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You have to split up. I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go to treat Sasuke. Adonai, I'm not trying to... Oh, I am loved in this spit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as a medical addict. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, wash the toilet first. There's lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sasuke looking good as new in no time. They can pop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so I focus and lower my center of gravity. Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. Do you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner? Oh no! Wait a minute! I just remembered that, little kid who was running around. Do you think that was Makoto? Wait. Where's his profile?
Jay, what are you yapping about?
Remember that there was a kid rummaging around and spying on Morgan in the very start of the game?
No.
Before she was even in the building?
I don't think they look too similar.
I mean, it was just like his eyes though. And it was covered with a bunch of cloaks. Maybe it's not Makoto, but maybe this mystery person definitely will appear sometime later. Obviously, why would they what do they call it? The gun thing?
Heartbreaker.
No, the gun metaphor. Chekhov's gun.
Yeah, but Chekhov's gun is usually an actual...
Yeah, it's usually an item, right? If you think that after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner, it's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here puffing Nirvana? London, it's in Blue Blood territory. Blue Blood territory outskirts, really. We lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. Can't go down there without backup? Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got a crime scene analysis. Sweep's going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, works. Of course they give the perv probes. We'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to this. New to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. No, those gray hairs were there before. Just checking. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally? Did they know each other? Alright, you gather up your things. I'll bring us up a ride. Great! Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. So this is the one occasion where I wouldn't have any trouble finding the place. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Oh, that's a crazy tie-in. That's a crazy tie-in.
What?
So you know how they're in the bonus content of the Devil, there's interviews with all of the with a bunch of the characters? That's where it happened. That's a cool tie-in. Once more into the depths. Sarah's gonna ask her what her 3 sizes are. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I could prove Sasuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. Whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary. Sorry. Guess I should have asked you before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why you're in a cab then? Personalize?
Adios!
The
Feliz Navidad!
Oh.
Let's go open our present.
Feliz Navidad to whoever Shadow's yelling at. Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be as easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer, certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. What does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, we'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will. How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be the more accurate. We could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire. Tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. Telling me the entire police force is corrupt? I mean, Morgan hasn't nothing. Corruption would be one thing. Could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilized and every other.
Going back. Oh, sorry.
What do they call that? Oh, parasitism. Commensalism. There you go.
So smart.
State pays criminal informants are bad on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo, a balancing act, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. Wait, what? Wait. If you've experienced a softlock that has required reloading during trial gameplay, you can now try our live hotfix for the issue by selecting the public hotfix branch after right-clicking of the devil in your Steam library and selecting out our betas. You should see the start downloading update. Cool. So I might get soft-locked, is what they're saying. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. The opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Reyes? She's... What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice?
You mean that you killed?
No.
Oh no, the cop.
Yeah, the cop who mysteriously died. You got the brief. You recognize his last name. It's a big city. I don't put too much stock in last names. You'll need to break habit if you continue work in the underworld. Sasuke said something similar. Tarek Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. Hold on. Why is everybody in this damn... Why was everybody in the damn trailer fucking dead? Chopin was introduced as a character, and he's not even alive for a second.
Hey, why is everyone named after like Renaissance people? Like their last names.
Really?
I've seen like quite a few.
Why is everybody born in August?
Don't get that reference.
No. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, there's so many people born in August in this character.
Oh,
list.
isn't Morgan born in August? No, she's born in
No,
December.
yeah, 3 days. Oh my god, I can't believe you didn't know
Um,
that. But like, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
No, I got you. I understand. Wait, hold on. July.
Who left?
London. October. Oh, they're dead.
Creek was November 10th.
They're dead.
Trey. What is
They're
it?
dead.
It's like scrolling weirdly. Tanks was
They're
August. Sasuke was August.
They're not dead.
Sarah was August.
Isn't Sarah the robot?
Yeah, but I guess that's like when she was made. Yeah, and Chopin is also August. Tarek Chopin. What do you mean what do you mean they were all named after Renaissance characters? I only recognize Chopin.
Like Renaissance, like, wait, hold on. Or maybe I'm just tripping. Like, go through their last names.
Chopin, Creek, Daimani,
No, click into their
Christoph, Daimani.
names. Like, what? No.
Huh?
Keep going.
London, Makoto, Masters, Miller, Smiles.
I'm not sure. Maybe I was on something. I don't know.
Yeah, you are on something. Morgan, Reyes,
Fuck up.
Asher, Ikadia, Tan.
Morgan Freeman. See, I can name more than one.
Only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. Start with the Chopin. So who is this Chopin really? Oh, I didn't even read Chopin's profile. So August 9th, 176 centimeters, 72 kilograms. He's a patrol officer. He likes
76. I'm sorry.
He likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, and late dinners. He dislikes gray hairs, untucked shirts, and mint. He was educated. He has a Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy, and was awarded a senatorial commendation of bravery. After he died. He is survived by his fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, who are both city councilmen. One more thing. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. I heard these names, Chopin and Chopin. That's why there's two. There's two Chopins. They were in the news. An idealist. Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. Saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? Not one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at school about saying no to drugs until you turn about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Oof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Are they like truly okay with having legalized drugs? I suppose like legalizing it would like reduce the harm around it. However, I don't know. And then there's like the capitalism part to it, so.
Are they a socialist or?
No, they're. What the hell? Have you been listening? All the talks about mega corporations and stuff?
Yeah.
I meant like that when drugs got legalized in this universe, a bunch of corporations like just started like selling drugs, and then it turned into like a weird capitalist thing. Weird economic thing. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Let's talk about the lower wards. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. Chopin was the son of such powerful men? Why do you end up in the lower wards last night? I just realized this episode is gonna be longer than the first, because the first, we got into what happened. Morgan walked into a gun shop. She read that David died. The following night, Rebecca called her.
David was her person, right?
Her friend and the famous programmer who made Sarah. She got the news that she died, and then later that night, Rebecca called. The next morning, they went to David's office thingy, and they found Sarah. And that's all. And then Morgan also looked at the crime scene. So
she's just collecting dangerous shit.
My point was is she went to the crime scene pretty early in that episode, but in this episode, I went like 3 hours without a single piece of evidence. That I don't know. Don't know. By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner? Who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Ikaria. That's who. I have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare-bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with a sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sasuke wasn't shot dead. They thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stuck out to me in Roger's record was the shooting score.
Yo, bro.
41! Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sasuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. The Hound! I keep hearing that name. The Hound of Ikaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was, crude. Ah, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Neither do I. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... Never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig workers type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then how do I even know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn. Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? State has a great deal of power, Detective London. Makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that these rules don't apply to people equally. I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise from trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the strength has all the strength, and I won't use it just to wipe the underworld off the map. It's pretty cold logic. I expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on?
Politician.
Politician. Politicians are limp-wristed when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster when it comes to protecting their neck. They grab for the gun fast and wouldn't stop pulling the trigger till it clicked. Not a bad pick. We'll make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. No politician could bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mod boss if he doesn't shoot CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. The CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whoever the politician's opponent if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems I could make the argument to go in the other direction too. Could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police. A blameless tool with no will of its own. Yeah. Those older men who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world we're meeting together. I've got good news for you, detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time you visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Maybe cranky and shadow and code, but... Actually, the 3C table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is some... Yes! Yes! If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Woo! W name drop. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Episode 2 today. Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so when he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people... Dude, Shadow, they said of the devil. They legit said of the devil. Where's it? Blah 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 blah.
Oh, I saw it for a second.
If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil?
Of the devil reference?
Is this game an of the devil reference?
Of the devil.
Comment down below if you think so.
Hit that like button.
Yes, hit the like button. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but worse all around.
21st century.
That leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminists rosaries for your penance? Gotta go to the bathroom. Sorry, hold on. Title card. 6:01 p.m. August 14th, 2086. I've seen multiple 61s in this visual novel, and multiple 41s. What does this mean? And also, and a 6-7. Shit, I gotta wait till the next dialogue option. Okay, there we go. Okay, pausing. Yo, first I just hit the 4-hour mark a couple, like half a minute ago. Second, apparently they got Pokemon and Doom on AO3. Would anybody interested in playing Lethal Company on AO3 later?
No.
Okay, man. Detective London. Will will the grasp of this game even let go tonight? I tried to say something deep enough the devil-esque. It did not come out good.
It's got you in a chokehold. I don't think you're escaping, pal.
Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. When you were reassured that your partner would have company, I didn't think you were including the Blue Bloods. Oh, you know, I forgot to mention. Oh! What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Hey, look at the little Teletubby. Or, not Teletubby. Fidgetubby charm. Come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. Gotta get to work on. Have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? Hey! How you doing? London, what is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan, this is Adelaide Han. She's a blue blood. She's got the tattoo. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a sinus security site manager. Need anything, miss? Please don't hesitate to reach out. Han's card. Love her. Adelaide Han site manager. This is evidence? Adelaide Han's business card listing her as a site manager at Sinus Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization. Includes her personal contact number on top of her work details for some reason. Wow, her number is my second piece of evidence. Real business card? It even has a watermark! I wonder where I heard that one from. Nobody's gonna say anything?
No, I don't get the reference.
You don't get that reference in what was that, American Psycho? It's a meme. It's like, oh my god, it even has a watermark. Like when they're talking about the business cards. Are you serious, man? Start scrolling TikTok. You'll find it eventually. We're not familiar with
like 20
science.
years.
We're private security investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts. We catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sorry, but have I met somewhere? No, it can't be. I never forget a beatie like you. Damn, she's already going for it?
Hey, game is game.
Game is game. Also, she's the hound's lawyer, Han. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Seriously? She works with those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies. That sucks. Another life then, eh? But let's still play nice, if you will. Han, hey! April 16th. 183 cm, 75 kg. She is a site manager in Sinus Security. For Sinus Security. She likes new furniture, silk clothes, and dimples. She dislikes clinky types, jealous types, and needles. She plays pickup games, avoids laundry day, and her least favorite chore is throwing out dead flowers. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing the crime scene? Yeah, what's with the tone? What you're saying is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? Police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. Around here, private company best suited for the job happened to be scientists. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. Small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. Where have I heard that one before? That one's from Better Call Saul. That's like word for word from Better Call Saul. What was it like? What was it? Rico? Episode like 7 or 8 of episode 1, Rico? Or season 1, Rico? We have the arcs to preserve a crime scene. They could burn the building down and still have a pristine copy. I know what an arc is. Hello?
It was good.
London Bridges is trying to save face. The police gonna keep this crime scene off limits are without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and dropping their expensive tires.
Oh, she's literally in
off
off territory.
Yeah.
Logan
words,
is in off
kids.
territory.
Or words kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off the wires? No. I don't know why that happens.
Of the wires, like from Of the Devils.
Okay, man.
I'm
Why don't you let me
it was
make
an
the
Of
joke,
the
huh?
Devil reference in the Of the Devil.
Why don't you let me
game.
make that joke, man?
Sorry.
Here's a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bigger. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend Kyria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those who with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that you'd let worm the hound out of his sentence on the technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? Have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattering. That's how you flirt? What does that mean? If we'd ever managed to gun down the hound of Vicaria on this street? In the street? Shanking him in a holding cell? The Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to him afterwards. So you won't tamper with a crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sasuke for pentuple homicide.
Wait, so do we know who the Hound is?
The Hound is Sasuke. That's just like a nickname for him.
So
It's an origin.
the Hound was supposed to get the mask, though, right?
No.
Who's
That was like
supposed
the
to get the mask
huntsman or
again?
whatever. That was the
The
huntsman.
hunt.
Remember, Sasuke was in like a tower as a bodyguard for like a meeting, but then they got ambushed and he let the little kid get away, but then he got tasered and got brought back here.
Oh, so I should have killed the kid.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you weren't here for that. Yeah. I mean, we also literally got paid good money to do these kind of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? Smile! I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? Oh, it's a sword found. Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene, responding to gunfire. So Chopin was alive. Chopin was alive when
Why didn't
Morgan
he just,
shot
like-
them up. So how did he fucking die? Did Sasuke really tweak that bad and kill that dude while he was like drugged up and unconscious? Beast mode.
Yo, he must have been tweaking.
Or there's another assailant there. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Check the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived.
Cleaned up fast, Jay. We were sitting on that screen for like 20 minutes.
Wait, what?
Trying to find like the last thing. We were like looking for every like little like
Oh yeah!
microspeck.
We did not clean that shit up fast.
Yo, we were
God, what could possibly be there? Like, was it actually you just have to click advance and think that you have the right thing? Because it kind of sounds reasonable because you get 10 credits for doing that, and like 10's a nice and round number. Like, if you got any more evidence, it would be like 11 or 12 or 13 credits, and that wouldn't make sense.
You're being way too fucking paranoid right now. Calm.
But then there's like also the fact that that never happens anywhere else, where if you collected all the interactive.
Alright, calm down, little bro.
Okay. What do you mean calm down, man? I've been tweaking over this game for 9 months. You told me to calm down. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork? This is a sinus installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it look? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. Looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from the inside. A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? Doesn't look like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah. Yeah, for as long as the marks have been up. Definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes. What, were you the second officers on scene? That's right. You weren't when the 1099 went out at 10:15. Wait, what? Jargon emergency response most often used relay officer down. And also the front door. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. But of course, they're not supposed to know about that. Long way from Precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step. Looks like if you like those boots at all. Shadow?
Yeah?
I looked at this garbage can. For the slightest second, I thought to like drag it and then turn my mouse around to open it. Like it was repo. Like for the slightest second I thought that.
Dude,
Why there
in lethal I was trying to repo roll jump. I'm not even kidding. This is stupid.
Oh, when the repo brain rot hits. When people with blue
it
bloods
hits
and cops
hard.
running every
When the
security.
repo brain rot hits, it hits hard.
I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give them moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves the first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abandoned last week on campus when computer labs at Nord Technica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus anxious hunch postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main system hub. A freak
I'm
accident
smelling bullshit.
a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was quickly reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Hold on, shit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was just checking if my recording was still on. Okay, I need to read this. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Though by some members of the press's work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to the student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university student registries records went up in little smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece the records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students for tuition. Federal investigations have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch criticism of the response. With so-called witch criticism of the response is beginning to resurface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for the serial arsonist and other notable. Hey, don't seem. But clearly, this witch is hitting someone where it hurts. If they've now got feds involved. Easy peasy. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed in the military police complex decades ago. The Bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets.
I just realized that the gang, the Blue Bloods, is literally just the two rival gangs today. Just the Blue Bloods. It's like stupid. I couldn't think of anything.
That's true. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. The Crips and the Bloods finally came together, but then they just made like a more powerful gang.
Yeah. It's the power of friendship.
Let's check on the balcony. The fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that will connect it to street level. You're violating fire code with this tentative strap on. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who would want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters. You're funny, Bridges. Even a cop or firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. Automated dependents who are particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. So like police robots. Clinker, Chrome Dome, Microchip Breath. Stupid fucking robot racism still exists.
Should have said coolant breath. Coolant breath. Like, what's...
Yeah. Microchip Breath.
Microchip breath, but that doesn't like flow off the tongue. Like...
An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If an Android leaped up into that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Fire escape. The fire escape connected to the room that the crime took place. Rusty and poorly maintained, it's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street. So one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room where the bodies were found and the second floor room beneath it. Yeah, ladders are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. There's still more?
Or is there,
Oh.
Jay?
The garbage bin.
Or do they just want you to panic?
It's the garbage bin. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Yeah, it does. Yes, was that trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there's DRM on trash cans. Hey, if it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for contaminating industrial waste? How would it up here in a residential district is? Isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground here? There? From the leaves. You really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before, but only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here, stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain, like from history books? Not quite that bad, just smog combined with
Chocolate rain.
precipitation combined with the charms of the city. Dirty rain. Dirty rain, like I said. Low ward spring water. There's a shot named after tequila and pickle juice? Oh, we're trying that tonight. What is it called? The lower ward spring water? We're having low ward spring water tonight. So is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful, if you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just cause I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on.
Oh.
Okay, Lotta, thanks. Not what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... Oh!
Holy
Lid
shit,
slam.
crumb the fuck out.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. An industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene. Incredibly heavy, yet shows signs of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound as is uncovered by Detective Lenson's thorough investigating. Bet that's gonna make a... Bet that second paragraph's gonna make a comeback sometime, like how the salt shaker was. Like, they were trying to hide something in there, but... like really quickly, and there's no way you could do it that quickly without making a huge noise, and it's not like that noise was ever found. Something like that. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... Yeah, see? This kid. It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, tiger? Nothing. Thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah, around here, maybe it's unlisted. What are you... Those are real? Keep it to themselves, obviously. But yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform sometimes on what they've seen. Never coming to testify, of course. Think they stand out dressing like that, but... Camouflage didn't work? They wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry if I got on your hopes up or something. Trust me, you've got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. Informal designation given to individuals, often missing persons or unhoused that are not being tracked in any government database. Immigration patterns, military service, citizenship program, Minutemen bill. Undocumented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they're tracked through the immigration monitoring services. Unlisted mostly refers to a small group of seasonal workers travel the country, migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts or on various agricultural or fungal installations. Fungal? Anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poor areas as what are effectively homeless communities. The overwhelming majority of those were unhoused for less than 2 weeks. Those unlisted are collectively refused state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within enlisted populations has, at times, spurred outreach programs that have attempted to contact them, but their very nature is making most politicians hesitant to commit resources towards these causes. Okay. Homeless people.
Yay.
Ready to go inside? I think so, long as... No, I'm not with anyone else, just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. Hold on, I just noticed something. She called somebody princess in one call, but killed somebody else babe in another call, and she's also flirting with Morgan. She is.
Yes,
whoa.
Bro. Game is game. That's why I
game
said
is game.
Pal.
That's true.
You gotta respect the grind.
You were saying this used to be an apartment building? Who's on this call, by the way? Is Cranky here?
Oh. Cranky's off in his own world. He really be just doing his own shit.
Used to be an apartment building. Somewhere between
Yeah.
that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods
really
didn't
off in
deviate
his
far
own
from the
world.
bottom when they took over. They
Plug.
call rooms like these vaults. Places to stash away a lover when it's dead or when there's too much heat. You've gone through all these vaults, I take it? Sign us up to that last night, yeah. Bring around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding space. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Or a red-haired killer? Nudge nudge, wink wink. Sorry, no. It's just the Blue Bloods' forte then. Securing people, places, and things. I think of that way.
Oh, I just got the jet. No, I'm kidding. Don't worry.
Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics have been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. This is the Contraband Decriminalization Acts. Decriminalize all narcotics use and establish the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. This is what legalized drugs, basically.
Legalize drugs.
Wait, is it?
Legalize nuclear weapons. That's what I have stuck in my head, bro.
Yeah, so it reduces the amount of drug trafficking and like
By just making drugs
yeah.
more open.
Yeah. This is a real thing, by the way. There's lots of... I wouldn't call it legislature, because I feel like everybody in Congress... and
That's low
government-
Kirkentuanly stupid.
Yeah, I feel like... What?
That's low Kirkentuanly stupid.
No, like, as in... Because, like, it's kind of like... Well, the arguments with weed, first of all. Like, if you...
Oh.
If you don't...
Oh no, the stuff with weed, I know. I
Yeah.
know.
And then some people also make arguments with other drugs. I don't think that stuff is like anywhere near Congress, though. Just speculation. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way House Sicario does, you can make a killing. They've got the market considered black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy? How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago, now, there was some kind of meeting, on an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that their carrier wanted to distribute. The carrier sell legal drugs now, though. What kind of products could the Blue Bloods have that their carrier couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. Carrier aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so, the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their low rewards niche. They might not...
Niche? Like niche reference, twin.
Man, I wasn't gonna make a joke, and then you made it. They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate the protection down there. Workers hire blue bloods for protection, but all that stuff is legal, so long as we're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yes. Respectful? Most would still say no. Though household name security megs considered too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Workers is a shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such. Legally licensed, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operating in high-end establishments, generally and specifically zoned municipal districts with high median property prices, cloud districts, and catering to only a specific clientele may be more commonly referred to as courtesans. Please sign in to verify your age or in order to display the full search results for your query. Consider too. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And they carry on. They don't compete in that market. No. People that carry heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they'd never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. Not much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. Couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon north of the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. Definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense, I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Alrighty. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about the tall, dark, and mysterious? How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Oh!
That is not a good
Oh, that's a little incriminating. Roger's right. Then he knocks Sasuke out. Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sasuke and not captured from Roger's body cam? Well, it seemed like the time his fucking body cam wasn't on, as they always aren't. Hey, their body cam wasn't on. Their body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd trim out myself if he's here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Remember this? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two experienced officers first in the scene, might not have come to mind. At least, Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, so if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade. I'll put it in a request. Right then, who's next? Oh. Let's check everybody but the glaring his body in the middle. And in fact, let's check the bathroom. Through this door is where they were keeping Sasuke, where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here. Oh, okay. Let's start with... This is Trey. Blood loss from the neck, even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. Oh! That's unfortunate. Or, fortunate? Yeah, that's fortunate that Morgan made that kind of swing on her first try, then. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now, I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. Take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The Hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much. There's a lot of misinfo in this passage. Miller was no joke in a fight? Oh, wait, no, Miller wasn't. Yeah, Miller wasn't. This is Trey we're talking about. What do you mean? Oh! Oh! Sato! Sato! That's you! Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Wait. Why am I not understanding what's going on here? I thought Trey got stabbed in the neck. Oh, wait. No. Trey got stabbed with a knife, but also in the neck. I can't remember if it was the artery thing, though. The carotid artery thing. I might have been. It might have been. So this is Miller we're looking at? I guess so. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? When it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for her? My knife. Where is it? Where? Give Sasuke the knife before I left. Should have been found on him when he was arrested. Should be somewhere in the Yarks. You looking for something, Tiger? They haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway. That means admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sasuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we ever even entered the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun and a sword and a bunch of blood that didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes gotta shake the tree to see what's false out. Or so they say. Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. Oh no! It'll just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. Need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. This is what it feels like to play with a handicap? That is...
Jay, you should have grabbed that knife.
Yeah. Okay, so... okay, wait, I remember now. Trey was the one with the mechanical eyes. So he got his brains bashed in. And that's him in the corner there. And then Miller got stabbed in the neck too, but with a knife. But then they think it's a katana because the knife's nowhere, and they're both blades. And Morgan made a point about dragging the katana through Miller's blood. That must have made it so the katana contained Miller's blood, and that's why they think it's there. Because if Morgan didn't drag it through the blood, they would have no reason to think that the katana killed him. Weird how that turns out. That's what you get for aura farming, Morgan. You just picked it up like a normal person. Let's read this crap. Paper scattered all over his desk. Wasn't partially the brain. I didn't exactly memorize the setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? What do you find there? A note? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. M. Ikaria. Makoto. Looks like M. Ikaria, actually. He's dead, brother. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M? It's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know that he's Akaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why does his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sasuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bagging the Hound was a consolation prize? The punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Let's check on Trey. I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. Lots to take in. The skull was crushed? Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. Hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing is post-mortem. Overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had mottled eyes. Seemed to me like someone didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower words would get object mods without recording functionality. With recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You gonna claim the Hound of Ikaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah. Bash his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, where all the scum of the earth deserve, I'm pretty scummy myself on. Defense attorney, remember? What the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed? Matches the splinters from inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sasuke's fingerprints. Think we get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. No heart that they'd have to swing to crush a skull, to break the bat itself. I can't imagine.
Morgan can't be that strong unless she's like chromed the fuck out. She's just got like all mods on her body.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think maybe she just knew where to aim, judging by your past experience. Let me read the evidence so far. Medical records.
And why does she know how to kill? Why is she like this? Or do we not know?
Notes scrawled out on a small piece of paper, reading a misspelled name directed to an M. Ikaria. Handwriting is by and large a match for other documents penned and initialed by Creek found at the crime scene. The broken back is a cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning, fingerprint analysis had proven inconclusive, remaining only partials. It was barring Sasuke from existing in the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. There's some faint blood that has been smeared there. Did it belong to the victim? And Sasuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but client's legs.
Oh my god, we're still playing this game?
Yes, man. It's that good. What are we? 5th hour? Almost 4:45. Client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested, and he would have to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Shook up here. Windows open to the fire escape into the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tell us the shooter was standing in front of the desk. Near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest, blue blood back under the windows behind him. The open windows. Hell of a spread. Hey, this doesn't make sense. Is the blood on the front of the windows? If the blood is in front of the windows, and the windows were originally closed, why the blood on the back of the windows? Or maybe they don't like hinge that way. Maybe they slide. No, that is. Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or no? They were opened when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles here from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong. The windows at the scene of the crime positioned behind Creek's desk. Opens to the alley in the fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back with a maggot shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. Definitely, but how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I just... guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck in the arc. Oh, well, one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to the small safe at his desk. Empty, though. I suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. So who's this guy? Curious. Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating as far back as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him?
No fucking way, bro.
I wasn't trying to insult him.
P-rank that shit, man.
Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? It's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Han. Give it fair consideration. Besides the Kiria, the Rustler city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus he made us a lot of money. No truly would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Icaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Reading through a person like you're picking at tits. Well, seems he's out of town anyway, taking summer lessons at How Marina U. That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation.
Jay, I'm gonna mute you real quick, and then I need to lock the fuck in real quick.
Oh, that's fine. Also no priors and no juvenile record. Ted at his age. Poor kid. Bills for that cost an arm and leg. Creek must have been sending him. Detective, did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? to examine the TV. The screen, I turned it on to distract Hanks long enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. It was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS texts is a real audio file. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. I wouldn't count on orchestra to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Is that it? Blah 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 blah. Nope, there's still something. I'll examine the desk. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Made it no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but I assume you've been through this data pad here? Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. That's the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it over in organized crime control. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in a format that's easy to destroy. Should push it up on the shelf. You run checks on this credit cards that jammed in there? No, not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I'd hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? You can't trace any of its transactions? Most of what we can tell is the datapad registered calls to our card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. What's that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. By the way, why has this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Could be that she fat thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Isn't that the shit she used to wipe off the prints? Let me check the evidence. So we have the sound system. A sound system found at the scene of the crimes. According to ARCS, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene text started scanning the environment. It was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. Vegas. A short barrel of Maglev firearm covered from the scene of the crime. Registered to Anchor Town, aka Tanks. Found on Sasuke Akaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sasuke gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fire detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces or tags from when or where it is fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I left it in Sasuke's waistband. Dark card, a physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, 24 digits, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in the card reader for datapad. Only reasons I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. Creek's datapad. A simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides impartials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that datapad is locking to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. Dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it. I had to at least pretend the dark card would work.
I'll be back.
Okay. We've confirmed that the data pad is locked to Creek's fingerprints. Some partials. Alright, let's check the body. Who the hell are you really? Why are you lying there dead right in the middle of my crime scene? Now is Tarek Chopin, was my guess? Patrol officer and the son of two living fathers. Who strongly emphasized to the chiefs of police their desire to see justice done. Raisin wasn't exaggerating about he died. Run through from behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk. Then he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Sato noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it up, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Hey, probably what saved Roger's life. Keep your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. According to Sasuke, the one thing he does recall after I passed the baton to him is gripping the sword. Not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Hence, here I was getting my hopes up. Definitely wasn't suicide, because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled at the torso of victim Tarek Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points. Whoopsies. At several points, especially at the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sasuke Carrier. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent, tried to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade tip when I dragged across the floor. So that's why... yeah. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Maybe when I was singing that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? Should get that looked at. My vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How could you know they're internal business if you can't read them? You've really never seen Reading before? Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with specific flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it, it comes out a blight blur. Paper is special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible. What's bleeding on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. Blah, 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 the mid-21st century. Oh my god. Changing hand. Whatever. I get it. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out? What do they say in the movies? What do they say in the movies? I can confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoena the data? Do your worst. We get lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to solve. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And if it wasn't written, and it isn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure. You wouldn't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you, if that's what you're getting at. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse. Apparently contained confidential info of high value, but only this occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21, lures required for expansion of eminent domain with proper page 345, payments to Support of Consultation 403. Election for Silmen Long to push for colloquially referred to as the low rule 492 before upcoming streets importance obsec of the high school. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him. A loud slam when he hit the floor. This one, real long ravishing, with a short ending. Bug shot to the torso, died instantly. Flex on his mods put his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in kind of struggle for it by hand. But how did he manage to get it off? How did he manage to get off his hands? It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Text identified it as a double-barreled Mag US, and hey, how do you know the gun was his? Still wearing the holster in his arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by patrol units. They found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him? They just handed it back to him? He bought and paid for it above board. This gun isn't jailbroken. You have tag data from the murders? I don't know why I have this in, I don't know why they're telling me this. I had info on them on the maglev. Or on the mag rail. The mag-us. No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night? That he'd get the tag stripped off. Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your work clothes. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home if you weren't poking your noses around. Shoot, I just remembered. Never hear the end of it. If I didn't check in with my partner after saying I would. You do good to keep going if I step up to make a call? A call? Is your partner your mom? Is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. Nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to arcs if I were. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss-san. Are the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly then. It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Jay.
Yeah?
New profile picture idea, right?
Yeah.
You're Jay from Lyco Ninjago. Cause you're JTJ, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that fire?
No, it's not. Sorry.
Yes, it. Fuck you.
I don't care about
Anyways,
Ninjago.
I gotta go.
Okay, bye, Shadow. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client? I don't know what they did. Sasuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. The great current supplied every few minutes. Stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes? What purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sasuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead they dragged him down here. Why? Did they try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a Groutscaper to find them. We have explored these rooms for so long. Like that room back there, that was like the third time being in there. It's water. Cold enough that condensation's outside the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. It's coming after you claim you don't know if Sasuke was tortured. You know what that other bucket's for then? I I know you said you got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint there? Ah. But then this last bucket here is... What is that, trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages. See, they were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sasuke the next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sasuke tied up with. They would have had to use something, yeah. The store doesn't even lock. Not after I removed the bat barnyard from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, versus the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Shubin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crashed in the corner, he'd have a chance soon enough. Hell, he'd probably just play dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why did my client go to all the trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? Well, I know that Sasuke had no logical reason to attack Shubin, but so what? Even Sasuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Shubin was in between him and his escape? Okay. See the torture chamber. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Nothing it says. Besides Sasuke, who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sasuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he managed to take out a police officer before he'd even notice? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hunger again, later, faster. Better just stay disciplined. Hypodermic needles, probably not packing anything healthy. Sasuke better hope they are at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah could treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. With those needles, Sarah. The sound of these needles seems a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Sasuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Does science security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing at the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own. We're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing? More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage. Science, is that legitimate? Why are all the blue bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pot weren't bringing in that kind of money? They like Creek's pot where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So do all these needles contain anesthetics? No, there's also stimulants and barbiturate. That's in a chain thing. Hello?
Yo.
Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sasuke was being held. The contents were non-lethal anesthetics found in Sasuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. Cut bindings. And then hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel. Truth serum. Like the truth serum? It's sued for selling it as such. Makes you talk, doesn't make you say the truth. So they wanted Sasuke talking, but what did they ask him? Client can't remember, isn't willing to recall. There's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? Getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. Should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? No. Oh. What if you felt better if you had? I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself, then? Are you sure? Get you right out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we will both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure. Why not? Safe travels. Bye, Han! Okay. I'm gonna, quote unquote, call it. Probably gonna be back here. So I'm just gonna pause the recording. And if I don't feel like recording more today, I'll just stop it, I think. So thank you. I guess I could say like some thank you shit later. Whatever. Okay, pause. Alright, lol. I did
Jay.
not. What?
Play
Yeah?
this Roblox. What's it called with us?
Fuck no! I'm playing Of the Devil, Game of the Year. I said
Guys!
I said I was gonna hold off on it for today. Hell no.
Bro, you're not slick.
Yeah. Okay.
Jay,
So detective.
please.
Shut up! Shut up!
Jay,
Shut up!
please.
Oh my god, the hit. Why is your fucking body so big in this game?
I
Talk
don't
about some
know.
nonsense. So detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sinus Security.
Jay, mute me because I'm gonna be yapping.
Okay.
How do I barricade? Oh, there we go.
Reiki can stay. Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep, same fire escape right there. Same type of window too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sinus being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Hana and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blue wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because this implies the existence of false blue bloods?
I don't know.
Because it reminded me of the first things I learned in the city. There are no monoliths. Megs, orcas.
Why can I not break that?
Okay, sorry, gotta mute Cranky. Big nonsense again. Bye-bye! Okay, Megs, orcas, City Hall, there's always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirm some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. And that message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods. Opposite end of the compass from the Old Guard. Conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Creek was too useful to anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being unpopular with all the wrong people in the Old Guard. That's interesting info, detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. Police have already decided Sasuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince a jury otherwise. Hunts are the ones standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods And the Ikarias would want to kill each other. Do you? Your rival gangs, they hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while all their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them, and they didn't stop for days. But at the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families was under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how the kids grew up to hate the Ikaria, yeah? You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how is the Blue Blood still around? For one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out at the other end as new ability. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents, furious that a country driven off a cliff by adults, they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their rings to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years. Exchange for favors down the line. Lastly and most importantly, there's 5 because they still had hope. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Ikaria missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow up strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and an overwhelming power. It sounds like a fairy tale. That was mature for a reason. Well, now you know. Warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're from around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or a huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sasuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about enlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. See a huntsman and live to tell the tale? I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and Cyberpunk and HPK increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. It's gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Bah. Except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There's a lot of campsites out here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, I haven't heard of that in one who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event? Nothing worth recounting. Take your word for it. What's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? Psychologists would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah. Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Just had an odd feeling all day. Deja vu? Been here before? No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. Be a nerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. 8:32 p.m. August 14th, 2086. Morgan's apartment. Curia, Blue Blood, Megs, and Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across the battlefield, like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. Are we in Morgan's apartment? One wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. Ikaria don't care about who tore through Keek's gang, but they would prefer Sasuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sasuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Kasim London is much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for ourselves. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Then, the sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked! Oh. Pardon for me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in the doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of split ink. But twice as sharp, not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mirai. Any last name, Mirai? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and apologetic, the spoken family name Lotta's signature, written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks, her head turns a millimeter, a forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. Wait, actually? She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow, but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of a woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Mirai? Ikaria? Date of birth, October 1st. She's a representative. She likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol on arachnids. She dislikes sunrises, black tea, and photographers. Her favorite smell is dojo floors. She's the best at making use of people. She's worst at hiding distaste. Whoa, mysterious.
I got 126 beehives.
Does she have... Okay, sorry, I gotta mute YouTube code. How can I be of service, Mirai? You're out of being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. There's like smoke that's part of her... sprite. There's like pixelated smoke, and then like rendered smoke. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai. But inexperienced as I am, I gather that House Akara didn't come to its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Akara did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Ah yes, the good old IFFG. The public face of the Area criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's begun. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company, profited immensely when it went public. And before that? I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to privatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that? I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. Fathom a guess as why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depths of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Akariya Cartel, unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred by the respectable Blue Bloods, and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. We thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after the heirs, and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood specifically, easier than memorizing a string of 3 billion characters long. But GFAs have fallen out of favor, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they ought to run, that they were establishing a dynasty. A dynasty. The dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they found their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Children, not married, clean-cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Akariya's checklist, who went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. All of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses at some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that'll never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing a Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto's the heir to the House of Ikariya, to the Ikariya financial group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? If he wants to buy a lollipop, the lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? Up the backs of many. And you take all this division that seriously? Deathly seriously. This is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests. Never both. So you're either assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renachan. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Akariya financial group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Akariya's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries? His mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the Repulse's affair at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led directly by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch Daisuke Akariya. I see. Wasn't that the dude who walked through the door and opened it? Puts me back where he started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Akariya? Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than they'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for the dead man than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sasuke has cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? The old guard are throwing young bloods into a curio shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves? All this politics, all these like gang politics are making me confused. There's like the Blue Bloods and the Akariya who are rivals, and the Blue Bloods are like much worse off, and they're in like the lower, and they exist like almost solely in the lower wards of the city. But they also have two divisions: the older people and then the younger people. The older people don't really like the younger people, and the older people are also like throwing the younger ones at the rival gang in attempts to gain power. I said that almost perfectly, but it's a lot. I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sasuke, yeah. I had heard Sasuke was wounded. No one informed me that he'd been tortured. You know him, I take it. As you've gathered, Sasuke deals in matters unrelated to my side, family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my ring of the house, assuring that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra tension. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Akira hired me to prove Sasuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for two reasons. Reason one, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Usual legion of lords and accounts are already billing hours as fast as they can, so they wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but do share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, you could read between the lines. And you understand reason too. Whatever lawyer he did find through the curious usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole, and not what's best for Sasuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew if he didn't sign any lawyer, Sasuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sasuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump an opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connection to Akira. Slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was. Hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now I might ask you for a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sasuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking me to do? Even if Sasuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message for Sasuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering at the dark doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't showed up last night. You know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in the morning after death of city's councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know of his fetal dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subjects as bluntly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tramper got diverted. Negotiated down the rent and they installed all the soundproofing myself. Can open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, but there's always a cost. That's one to resolve then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway, but listening as the deafened thud of their honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my armchair staring into holes in my ceiling, long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Staying where it well lasted was beyond me at the moment, my attentions elsewhere. case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I've found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear vision of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at wood until I fashion something halfway useful. Well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. I'll use a chainsaw, man. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you, trying to look all stoic staring out the window. A little late to try and look detached of that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke, making that announcement in front of the class? Trying to start a detective club or something? Well, mysteries, disappearing cleaning supplies, books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. And everyone around here already knows what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career and telling other companies how to provide web services, whatever the hell the school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? Say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club started shut down because he couldn't get anyone to join probably wouldn't help. Well, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Interesting. We're at the same building! We're lawyering up! I mean, I lowered up before, but we're, trialing it up. Morgan, please, this is... Also relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think if a cherry might find that his wounds might look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly devoted martial arts. Martial arts, Sasuke. You should be proud to find your well-defined collarbones as a fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. Appearance is better in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are seen in prison garbage trial are found... prison garbage trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics will work, Mill. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics including getting your suit pressed? Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Turning it to the jury, the civilian stupidity is shameful. You're worried about honor, really? You're already a cybernetics ninja, Sasuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. He's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. I'm confused, Sasuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're objective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. The further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? Well, it's Sarah. Be like if she didn't have the tenets to guide her programming. I know what tenets are! Blah 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 blah, they're rules for the robots. And Sarah doesn't have it because she's an AI. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Drift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. Without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow north with what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. Oh, well, that's Morgan. Or did I say it in Morgan's voice? The point is, if you have a north compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck at the tide. It was a nice try, Sarah. Ah, forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep on talking. What? I'm talking. How will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adelaide. Tattoos. Sasuke, you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh, well yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Kamino in my back. Kamino? A guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog? A fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or like a great fierce, a big dog? Perhaps you should have changed it some other design, like say, like a like a dragon. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. It's just makeup. Lift your chin. Do you think they'll feel bad about me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to your instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous. Perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any that we can sell, we take it. We take that chip. And any advantages we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sasuke? Look, it may be true at times. Some women have expressed. And men, no doubt. All I'm saying is there's a... All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Do some mob history. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sasuke. She asked you about your dimensions. Oh, I can't wait to hear that. I can't wait to hear that conversation. Sasuke, what are your 3 sizes? What? A subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discuss history. Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai is his choice of subject. So you read history, Sasuke. Here I assume you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too derailed, I hope. But Sasuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations is to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, it's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. As we expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudu, Sanhehoi, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path. That pride that comes with living by our own sets of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big friendly charities. Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. Became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller, more complex, and eventually that kind of community can form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy of way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet within your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured more like, cracked into a million shards of the hammer. While generational or economic experience got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, and ever since except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs, as it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds members of our criminal organization to one another, their socioeconomic status. Security is at the top, the blue bloods lie below us. Each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia is an entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust. I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. Blue bloods for all their fault. Can put on the tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sasuke. The Rust heard you being that classless. The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need an excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in the city? Only in the shadows, Sarah. Or would you ever find yourself? Finally run out of steam? On to the grim business then. How'd things go with your investigation? Not bad, was it? Nonsense! It was pretty bad. What I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chauvin. We managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. Got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sasuke, standing over his partner's dead body. What's it going to look like in there? Never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and I don't see any other carrier around. This is a completely different scenario. The house can't afford to appear behind a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai. I think Sasuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride through this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but... Can't tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances. I'm sure House Akara doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case of progression. As well as the blue bloods, no doubt. My stupid face is itchy. Hadn't I? I think Sasuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Hey! Hi, Emma! He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now try to keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sasuke, shall we arm wrestle? Yawn. Oh? Good morning, Morgan. Good morning. Oh, wait, I need to... Good morning. I don't have a voice for Emma. Good morning. Good morning, Morgan. I can't do that. My voice is gonna crack so much. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Morgan. Morgan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. I don't know. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. We'll be facing off soon enough. Why not save the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep about this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You turn into us all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all, I slipped like a rock. Lucky. I mean... Oh shoot, my... Hello? Hello? Oh, I think the music just cut off. I've been good rest more or less, just been having a lot of late nights recently. Like, going out? No. Oh, just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band to the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart, back in ancient Greece. Would hope we'd progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it. Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this because of Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. Cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can defend against corrosion anyway. Rock comes from the deep. So you'd rather the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play victim every year. They never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in the city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder a kill zone. You shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. A report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work. 7 days after they had been last seen by anyone. Filed by their employer when they were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work, they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. No one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one even noticed until they stopped applying in. The body was found in full 2 weeks later. The K was... what happened to them? Blunt force in the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner. It was a roughly cued machine I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It snuggled in my hand and it caved through his skull like a shovel of snow. To the day might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a sheep. That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. It's probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. A thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Oh. Ah, right. Sorry, right. Wait, want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Where would be the fun in that? Uh-oh. Morgan's got a case on her. Something tells me that if there is like a final showdown though, it'll just be against Morgan and Emma. No team of lawyers. 12:04 on August 15th in the courtroom. 48D. Are we seeing Eddie again? The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. Doesn't exactly show up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and the crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they can start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sasuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel that animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. Might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye. It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't fire assault charges, we just answer them. Even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Russ and all the rest of the rabble. We are beyond their reach now. When it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sasuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, a thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? The hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if you do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sasuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. We felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye. To have them evaluate their character? Why bother? Most people suck at that, always have. True. Perhaps considered part of the punishment, then. Do I have to look them in their eyes? Punishment for the jury or the defendant? Alright, kiddos, chin up, shoulders up. Show's about to start. Oh, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's gonna be me again. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? Wait a minute. Did I ever get Emma's thing? Damn, she's a whole 100 kilos heavier than Sarah. Automated dependent on adjutant. She likes mountain air, gymnast, and luxury. She dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. How would she even know? How would she even dislike that? Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts are always returned. Favorite quote: let he who is without sin play first. Or draw first. How'd she know? Whatever. There should be at least 83 other personalities in this building networks. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Because it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the second degree, and 1 count of homicide in the first degree. 1 count of homicide. 1, 2, I feel like it's too similar to a bunch of other characters. Emma's voice. Buddy, you trying to set a gold play with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So shall we begin? Your credits? Oh, whoa. The fuck is this? Whoa, whoa! Court is now in session. Whoa! This is a proper criminal trial. We've had a debate in the interrogation room. We've had like some preliminary stuff. We've never actually had, did this dude murder somebody? Let's take a crack open. Let's crack open these opening statements. Get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant this man is a man named Sasuke Kairia. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled to the back with a sword. Oh. Cop-killing piece of shit! Oh, the stocks are down. The Sasuke stocks are down. The stock briefcase are down. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to you all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony. You'll be shown evidence. All that will point towards the truth. The defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need to concern yourself with. Ooh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. Or as ashes called as cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor! But did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. The gallery will never warm up to us. That can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. It's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that can only be described as... What? Wait. Oh, of course. Oh, wait, hold on, I could save. Okay, cool. I was gonna be like, oh, I can't freaking save because I'm in court. Forgot to do that. Whatever. Does it matter? Unspeakable. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood. It's a bit bold, Morgan. I saw the blood on the ground, the blood holes in the walls. Felt the... malevolence. The radiated in the air. Am I getting lucky, or are these just like all good? And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood. His sweat and blood stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his... trauma, was taken to... Could it be like a neutral option? Was taken to police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. While he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a box ear. A pulse of which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. Socks are slightly up. Like slightly? Not really. You're gonna let her not... okay. You're gonna let her say that? You're gonna let her say that? You want me to check during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Carrick. Don't speak his name, you mulberry bitch. Hang him up. Hang her too. Red-faced cop. This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery will clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change the fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? Telling me you never earned a single commendation? Almost push-ups a day or something? Never mind. I suppose this could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a hell-level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master of doing so. I've seen her make comebacks for the most nonsensical mistakes before. Martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. Wow, was me fucking up in court canon? Is the perfect run not actually true? Maybe it would be cool if it like changed. Like Sarah would change what you said based on like your first playthrough of episode 1 or something. That is basically correct. We'll try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sasuke. What do you mean by that? Your name and occupation for the record? How can that be necessary? How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Akabiya of House Akabiya. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. Any position with the Akabiya Financial Group is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine where the noble house of Akabiya is getting audited. Sasuke, are you alright? You can see us? You can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses tele-testifying don't really need much else. So, he's safe. Yes, Sasuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, standing on a box. I think the hologram's given a boost so I can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that I can't see you, Sasuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed on my... I'd like to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sasuke Akabiya. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I'll flap my guns like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as also incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat cook for the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies like some comment. Wait! What? Wife? Wife? That's quite the vocab hole. I didn't know they taught that in state basic. Yo, Emma, lay off, Emma. Lay off! What do we make fun of this kid for? Like I didn't call him some crazy stuff back when I was voicing him. Basic! Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of her trial presentations? February 13th, 165 centimeters. Undisclosed weight. Oh. Blood type O. Occupation is assistant DA. She likes art museums, amethysts, and turn-based RPGs. Like competitive mons. She dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, and cliques. Favorite quote is "Flower in the mirror, moon on the water." Her favorite subject is psychology. And exercise by subject seemed not to hear the question. So Emma is fat canonically. It's kind of mean. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal the lunch money or something? I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Akabiya's will. In common parlance, I'm the sole heir to the Akabiya Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of... Everybody's making fun of this kid! The croupy nose of blue bloods. I'm jealous of my family. Financial foresight for decades. I'm merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper rooms of the crane tower. A security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, Sasuke Kariya. But the elevator became stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sasuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open? With a tool? Leading the witness around. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands are more than sufficient. Help Sasuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir. And it is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we could crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the surface elevators. But once Sasuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of them by detail. We were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Ha! Hardly defensive. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me you named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. That the records show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards, found impaled into the body of Terek Shogun. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to zone in, Sasuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sasuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the surface elevators, Sasuke called them, and then they made a chime. They didn't clearly see much of what happened next. To tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shot on my chest. Then Sasuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sasuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sasuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. Okay. So the katana was a bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime. It was impaled in Chopin. The steel shipped it several times, especially the tip. It's identified by Makoto as belonging to Sasuke's personal sword Yoru, taken along with Sasuke down to the lower wards following an ambush of Makoto. Fingerprints on the handle matched the right hand of Sasuke Kariya. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Officer Creek and Chopin. Another murder weapon. I had to wipe my prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. It wasn't my only indulgence either. Must have gotten Miller's blood onto the blade's tip when I dragged it across the floor. And I spilled tea for all of myself. Don't care. It's a needle gun. Due to gun and projectiles found at Crane Tower, where Makoto and Sasuke were ambushed. The model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sasuke was held interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon matched those of the victim Creek. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? Bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor? It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct? Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the face of the man who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell every detail of the rough, shocking countenances. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it! Oh. Needles? Oh, wait, keep going. Yoru. Oh, just needles and Yoru. Pineapple headlight, raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. That's true. Aimed at me, but Sasuke got between us, blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And the man with ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the face of those cowards. They tried to kill me. Oh! Oh! Wait! I might have called it the wrong thing. No. No! You! Yo, I was like a second late. I legit was like a second late. I legit was a second late. There we go. Jesus, I did that! I said that! They should have had like a second, dude, that was BS! I didn't deserve that, I was right! They could have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal, they couldn't have been trying to kill that witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them, the witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try him. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him, using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists. I'm getting confused here. So it's the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 Blue Bloods victims that he is accused of murder. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men attacked him weren't on squad? It can't, because Creek definitely stole the sword. Wait. Yeah, Creek, who had the sword there. Yep, yeah. It's the same. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sasuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions did occur to me. Why were you safe on the surface elevator, if Sasuke surely collapsed at the very moment it shut? Wouldn't those men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor is broken. Smash, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the door and even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you smash the button that forcefully, Sasuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't trying to hold myself back at the time. You'd hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead I elected to take Sasuke captive. Sasuke in the hand is better than Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of info for planning future attacks. Were we made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, when I mentioned the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? Aside of my personal security detail, such a decision is, ultimately, his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sasuke's part per se, just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan, what's up? You can disconnect the glove. Ask me another question. Ask me how bravenly Sasuke defended me. Huh? So that's your angle? We can't be as naturally gifted as extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult her pride in these Akira snapback as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witness who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about how valiantly Sasuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. I must blink passively. Either I'm onto something here or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Needle guns. Sasuke med records. And needles. Sasuke was outnumbered from the beginning, protecting me the whole time. Didn't matter that we were ambushed or that blue lets the projectiles. Sasuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted the needles out the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and emerged unscathed. Oh, wait, okay. Hold on. Mock him, if you dare, for being captured. But that's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word. Blah 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 blah. Go to evidence. The needles. Needles identical, yeah. Let me check the medical record. Blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand, as if impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration. Internal bleeding with the bruising. Okay, I was kind of fixated on that point, but maybe he really didn't get hurt. Outnumbered from the beginning, that's true. This is opinion. Stuck up Yoru in both hands and swatted these needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. Probably true. Out of the person versus scales. This is really relevant. Hearing Makoto describe Sasuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. Definitely fought without a care for himself. There's evidence to show it. Okay, so I'm guessing fought 4 attackers did not remain unscathed. Might be wrong. Never mind. Loaded. Unscathed is the last thing you'd call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. Well, what are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the blue blood stand, not the crater. See, that's what I thought. The police didn't even find one drop of blood anywhere near the surface elevator. Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to the elevator panel. The elevator panel? Oh. My client broke half of the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Oh! I was wondering that. It said in the evidence he had bones in his hand and smashing it up. I thought that was from the needles. I forgot that he smashed it. Rip a short attention span. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in line with your forearm? As I said, sir, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny his medical record clearly shows his left hand is broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing the elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. Does it, though? What does it say? Testimony stands. Has it been contradicted? I cannot think of anything. I mean, didn't we kind of prove that it was? Fuck. Yo, I feel stupid right now. What about the fact? Is it on the unscathed part? He doesn't really. True, Sasuke's hand injury doesn't change that we learned from this witness. But it does change the evidence that you had him identified for the court. The katana? Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Cool. The fuck is this? This is on like backwards text. Testimony from Makoto Kairaya, how he and Sasuke were ambushed at Crane Tower. The Fight's Creek spot as the 4 men attacked them. Sasuke was defended him by wielding the katana with both hands. With the sheath. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into the evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the sword's swordsman chipped. How could that be the case when Sasuke's a master swordsman? I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Also, master swordsman isn't a real rank. How are swordsmen ranked then? Well, there's the strongest swordsman in the world, and then there's everyone else who's ever picked up a sword that loses, and then everyone else who's ever picked up a sword loses to them. Zero diff. Apologies, Your Honor, for enabling your outburst. Shit! How am I down 3? I was gonna say I was like 100% besides the mistiming, but whatever. Fingerprints belong to Sasuke's right hand. Contradicting yourself, counselor. Or discuss how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing out the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right hand to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sasuke has 2 hands. The people are correct. The scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sasuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. So did little tyke misremember? Here's a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate the moon signs later. Doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sasuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sasuke wielded his katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of the crane tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. So the sword he have in his record must have also been used by... What the fuck? That's cool. Creep, yeah. Whoa! Psh, that was pretty cool. Our poor victim Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sasuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. The only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, worm? In case the defense needed clarified, we could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. What's a scabbard? A sheath. They were waving around that sheath. Like it was keys. There was a sheath. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto's already testified that Sasuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Her sheath was thrust in my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, where I landed on my rear. I see. And so the cursed sword can't be resheathed until it tastes blood. Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creekar's men had taken it with him. Instead, I imagined Makoto took it home. You think he took a key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I trust officers of the law to probably handle family heirloom as precious as your sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This is all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit! And the crowd goes wild. Though it doesn't make certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sasuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. Frustrating having to all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on his face when I do get to toss him out is... Psh! The people are more ready to counter. Please escort. Oh! Zero summary? This is a Atlanta Range rack. Somebody predicted on Blue Sky that this was like an Emma thing. And it looks like it's this. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to bear ahead with this theory. Admirable but predictable. With the foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping this court will notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to the... Why is it like that? On the House of Caradia, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted. They knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them enough drugs capable of serving a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning an attention to detail may be foreign concept to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pot wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. I was thinking of this, like, first of all, he could have worn gloves, but she could have also, she could have also left fingerprints on the needle gun. So, also I never saw that fingerprints. Yeah. Basically, it's like really obvious. But we don't need to speculate whether they were gloves or not. Now, when they have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if they wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. At least they could have done this to disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest that Ricario would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was your leader, correct? If Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got the prints onto your room. Unless the sword was indeed wiped out at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sasuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory. That sex presuppositions upon each other, like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. What? So we're talking about food here? I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already knew that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Akaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense is belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel from them in the scene of crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orchids are stupid-ish and immature. They wanted a trophy. What is there to do with a trophy other than polish it? Okay. I knew she flagged in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead. Fence is correct. The sword was... Why was the first episode so... I was bugging during the first episode. Like, I was so confused. What the fuck was going on during the first episode? That's how I felt. But, like, this is so obvious. The things shipped. I already, like, thought about this. The things shipped. They couldn't have possibly been wiped down. Because it's, like, all dirty and crap. Sword was wiped down before Sasuke took it up as a murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd gone to claim with it. That is... a completely logical explanation. How do we respond to that, Anai? We... check. We don't. I can't. Makes perfect sense. I guess... Okay. Now that I think about it, I was kind of assuming there'd be an argument here. I guess I thought that, like, cleaning it would magically remove itself of all its ships. But... So does that mean she described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off every other... Right. find fault with Emma's conclusion. I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how did you do that? By adjusting my aim. As people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because captors had valid reasons for wiping out the sword. That's true. They did have good reasons to wipe out the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Oh my god. I'm putting it there? Okay. Probably the maggots, right? Because only prints aren't. Wait a minute. Sasuke's left hand. Oh, because Morgan put it there. But then it's on left hand, which is busted. Put on next. We're gambling. That's cool. You put it out of order. The gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Magus is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creeks. Your client was arrested with it as his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sasuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks would simply like to polish his gun too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him? More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How to get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch. The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to that order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. Defense has no more questions from this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okay, then, closing the connection. I said, wait, it's Sasuke? Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, would you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he was justified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena that by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my own sake. So he put himself at an advantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? What do you think he'd want you to think? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants, yet. Hey! I knew she was here. I knew she was here. Hey, Yumi. Yumi Sato. Fuck, what voice do I give her? Oh my god, it's a new character. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to the case. March 3rd? Yo! 173 centimeters. Undefined weight? I don't know why you would have an undefined weight. It's not like it's not like you're pretty chubby or anything. Blood type O-. She's a medical examiner, likes brushed metal, grilled fish, and cardamom. She dislikes frame interpolation, split ends, and surveys. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color is flatocyanine grain G. And her code is very easy to sanitize. Cool. Hey, Yumi. We're sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Phew, yeah. 5 body. Wait, I already forgot what I was doing. Phew, yeah. 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail, but if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they are determined? Right. From the top. Ikertan, aka Tinks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tinks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... Slug out a hollow design, tended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Megas, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had relatively low ends mod installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from insanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it's not. Posthumously, his skull saw no evil. Heavens, Miller's smile just leave a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Start recording. Cool. 6:44. Jesus Christ. Miller had mods, but he hadn't gone to great lengths to remove all modern tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes before 9:40 and 9:50. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers Creek Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just between their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a lower spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can do to down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body. The technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. We found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped? Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough, chip swipe, pin tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examine for this case, yes? Officer Tarek Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. Triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up the crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, or only pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long thin blade, severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot by it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat. before slicing the Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful with Jerry, putting it on chronological order, but have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have Emma Browner on the stand to establish the culprits. She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders. They're pretty obvious from just one autopsy. Things died first and most concerned. Well, yes, but... Fuck! I knew it was the third one. The fact that Tanks and Creek died first combined with where the shooter stood. Tell us in what part of the room the culprit must have started the killing spree. Correct? Because Creek and Tank died first, and they were both shot within 1 or 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Wait. I see. Yes. On abundance of DNA, evidence established that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? Better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? You can exactly propose as a real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics were clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had cut him loose to question him. Mistake that ended up costing their lives. You think that's true, Sasuke? I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the blue bloods being dumb enough to let Sasuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. A game theory. I don't have jack shit to counter her with, because not even Sasuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take the cell and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. Should I use we then? That made us sound feeble? Oh, only use we when winning. Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline in an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin. In this case, Emma and I aren't even voting, so it's my advantage. What do I know that everyone else is mistaken upon? The timing, right? Cause of death. Okay, so the causes of death were something wrong with the cause of death. With that, Miller was stabbed with a knife, except the knife doesn't exist in the case. That would also go with the murder weapons, pretty much. So the only reasonable one is the timing. What the fuck, bro? Timing of each killing, Creek took a while to bleed out, but that made us little here. So it went great pains to reconstruct all the times of death. She can't possibly know. Oof. Okay, at least it's on chipping one. Does that say to understand that? Oh. I guess, yeah. You don't know exactly. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck. That was an L. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use of information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it, or how I got it. Walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other artists data were provided me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the artist would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. I'm pretty sure in this case, you can just ask about anything, but you can choose to stay, right? So let's just start with the gunshot wounds. The 2 individuals that suffered gunshot wounds. You found that both matched the MAG US firearm that's been entered in evidence? I did. Shrapnel by nature, predictable, but the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else. Exactly learned anything new there. Shrapnel been there already. The fuck does that mean? Where? Morgan, what? Check the blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did he die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found his hands, such as he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment, and his neck was punctured. With that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, it was there for more than a second? He too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. There is no proof. Is there evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged in his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it, because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of the many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Would that be enough? What does the plus mean? Stabbing... I guess you just go on it. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would have required the feat of swordsmanship. Stay in conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable. Well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sasuke doesn't own a rapier. Press. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Just gonna stay. Is that everything? Check Chopin's cause of death. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Also, I love the cards. They have a different style. They have a different face. Than episode 1. Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I should suppose I'd say. What does agitated mean? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blood was moved around inside the wound, become stuck and somehow was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say that the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would have been quite a Just stab wound like the one. go through everything. Definitely not it. The fuck do you mean, Morgan? Can you speak a bit more about the matter? London mentioned that Sato found this room odd, to hear her specifically say that the blade became stuck. It's the only option here. So I guess I guess approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry round is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I had to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any implement I've seen that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found this very enlightening. Blackjack! Woo! I'm on a roll here! I've only lost like 2 times, barring the ones where it's like -1 and it didn't count towards the blind. That part was an L though. Why is 80 praying in the back? Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being removed. I'm curious. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, would have gotten caught in air on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely examine the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had got caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside. Didn't get on anything inside Mr. Chopin. Got caught on the floor. Pardon? Need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying that the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Excuse me? No, it's true. It got stuck on the floor. I don't necessarily agree now. Chopin was impaled, then fell face first. It makes perfect sense that the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we conclude after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of asking the room, I guess? Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider, again, the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tarek Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator crane tower. His left hand was too damaged for him even to grip the sword. That isn't square with his piece of evidence. Cool. That's kind of lags. I see. I was thinking of this. They didn't bring it up. The prints were only on Sasuke's left hand. But how could he have aimed it if it was broken beyond repair where he couldn't even grip the sword? The Magus? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, yet also be capable of gripping the Magus? That oddity is hardly possible to explain. We already determined that the mag was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand sure rendered his left useless. Oh, It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sasuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuzas would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. Sarah and Sasuke. Sarah and Sasuke make good friends. I had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left hand was useless. Get all the forensics pulled from the katana. That's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because the other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed with the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. Normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade? So why the fuck would he be jerking off the wrong way, huh? His finger... Yeah. Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? My client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor. That meaning handle... the handle like that, even as he tried to jostle the blade from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next is welcome. That can only mean it's finally time to face up the arresting officer, Chopin's partner. Very well. This will... Something to stand. No name not found. What? What? Is that a family or a given name? What? Yeah, I got one big ol' error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here. What? He had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps for the best, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble of wrapping up things here now. This track is so different from the others. It's great. It's great, but it pops out every time it comes up. The facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defense is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with prints on the katana. His own lawyer testified to the court that he was captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop. Before 2 more officers arrived. 2 more officers arrived to the scene. That must be raised on Makoto's murder. As the only living person at the scene of the crime. There's no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on the tear. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't anything. That's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by a witness flagrant. It's caused her to step. Damn, sure. She's just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one. Literally counterattack. Claim that Sasuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without it having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Aha! What is that? The dark card found lodged in the Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you like For you frequent likes attaching names to faces. We already discussed that within moments of Creek's death. A transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using the star card, but whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap! Yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner weren't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions blowed over. Potential buyer would have likely been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established. The killer must have started the rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. Hey, you're on your second food reference, Emma. You're walking on a thin line here. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. We know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. For some reason, you made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will we respond? I let the money and the jewels talk. I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Oh shit! Yo, I love this. Of course you're putting that up into max. Out of the dark card, right? Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card and evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either! You are creepy. Oh, another letter rate chat, Scarlet Draw. What? Reading the card explains the card. Successfully take out the flaw in your opponent's. Wait, hold on, I want to read that. Successfully take out the flaw in your opponent's argument. What did I just say? If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert his data pad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps the customer who didn't like the prices. This rental customer. Yo, this. Okay. Love you, Lena? Music's so loud. A disgruntled customer could have wiped the face off the card to hide the fact they were ever there. That's absurd. The customer bought that dark card with him to the crime scene. Why the hell would they take it with him where they left? He was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled a little harder. Could have taken the datapad with them. Would leave behind something that valuable. The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Sorry, I'm reading the thing again because I didn't really process it that well. Okay. Why did she leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. Discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer couldn't pay? What do you mean? The customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these things? All this carnage? It's not because their card got declined? Hard to live that kind of foul pas. Hurting 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix. Was there any indication that contraband was taken for the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That's a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by the witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this, but because I spend time with you all, and having a physical body, and being insulted. But it does seem I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. Yo, I'm gonna keep playing this game as long as they fucking want to. I was gonna stop after this like trial section, but like nope. Keep on pushing. So Oriole Holdings is now part of House Acadia? No, it is. House Acadia is composed of the Little Acadia family, the Acadia Financial Group, and Oriole Holdings. What each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. What the fuck? Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. I don't think the air horn had the effect it had, because I kind of forgot what the IFG is. If everyone in the Karia family was a member of the financial group. The IFG was called the financial fight. If everyone in the Karia family was a member of the FIFG, and the IFG was called the Karia family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? You're addressing your question to me? Never met the man. Well, he's meant to you. Smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out the holding room. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? Found in news stories. Attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some man at the top of the stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members think he a rogue officer from the surface. Oh, well that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. The politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops. She doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both of his fathers are present. Oh, so there's a Sarah. Yes, both of his partners are fathers are present. Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But the pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sasuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. If I did kill that officer, I would lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life? Parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. What the fuck does that mean? Exhibiting love and respect for one's parents. Of course, wait. You're telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Acadia could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor, a subservient seat. All seats are subservient, not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sasuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Acadia killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that there was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sasuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left you with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. For giving a way out, take it. Who told you that? To be honest, Sasuke, I got the feeling I wasn't supposed to tell you who I heard it from. I'm just passing on a message. Forget I asked. There's only so many members of the HASC who would want me to. So did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Acadia. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Acadia is the house's personal assassin. What happened to the House of Acadia being refined? Elevated by the criminal past? The house is elevated. The status is granted more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people. They need to know who it's from. Kill, so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound. I can't prove that House Acadia was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally. The humiliation at being outplayed by ensures death stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off a dash camera? But the new ability gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief. Flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Yeah, I was like wondering that, like, why are we not getting any footage shit? I guess it doesn't really apply here, because it's not the police. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So the talk of you, Makoto's head of being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk? The circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. Wonder what happens in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet. Hadn't I? Yesterday I thought you were some outsider, and over their head. They'll surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over the head, who would stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. Sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. Can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Az and I suggested I shouldn't speak about these kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. They are still people. I think it would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sasuke Acadia? No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Bullets are very fast. That is true. Could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more. I will be getting to the extras in some recording soon, instead of holding it off for like months later. Courtroom 48D. So you arrive and your partner were the second officer arriving on the scene? That's correct, ma'am. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 up. When the 10999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site, after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Roger's cell isn't shown. I must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit! We helped Rogers finishing cuffing the suspect, is what I mean. His hands were shaking. You're a witness, counselor? I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about this yesterday. Complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Why were you and your partner in Center City that night? Detective. Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup. Yeah. You know. My partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all I was gonna say. Well, I can call him a compromised witness just because he's in there, but what the hell is there even to President's answer that simple? All it's time to do. Oh. Oh. No! No. I'm not the one making the food references in this court. I'm not the one. How do you clear the building? I took point and my partner covered, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense searching the rooms with that racket playing from upstairs. We're still searching for suspects even though there was a 10-999 on the third floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms, around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10-999? It's one of the several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. This doesn't make sense. Why would this matter? Is Reyes the murderer? Were you really saying goodbye to Reyes that early? I don't want to say goodbye to Reyes that early. She's cool. Your body cam's on? Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body cam on? Officers are not required to turn on body cameras when responding to emergency, counselor. Detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. Your partner has a cybernetic eye. What about that? By any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules. Matter of fact, I believe she did. So the force 4 of our city's brave policemen arrived at the scene of the crime. Only one of them thought to turn the body camera on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on as it had been broken earlier this week. And Tarek Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Yo, I swear if this is soup, I'm gonna be mad. You ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor? If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Moo-moo. Overruled! Spill the deets, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack! I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review the footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked for questions. Ed and I just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us. We're like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of the ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Acadia? Not Stalin. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I gotta finally say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're approaching there over here. This Hound of Acadia is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big of a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the organized crimes unit. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? Oh, I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Acadia is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his guilds, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sasuke's age and height. Wait! I guess the Hound, Sasuke being the Hound of Acadia, was never really discussed between other parties besides the defense. With gray blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sasuke, you vain son of a bitch, you got made with your shirt off? Bless you! I cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to! If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sasuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that the client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces, but the police believe that he is in fact the deadliest soldier the Acadia have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting. No! Wait, let me go back! Oh my god, let me go back. Frick! No! Oh, I wanted to go back so bad. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds. And I'll have the clients served up a mistrial before the day's through. So Mother, like he actually will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feet for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the spoiler has to say before ruling on the testimony's conclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. The trial will remain open to the public. To such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break, and we'll get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So if we aren't any worse off, Sasuke might be. What do you mean? The gallery is filled to the brim with cops. Y'all think he killed Chopin? If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that? Don't worry, Sasuke. They can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would. Please testify to us the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy you flaked on you? Made you look real dumb? He's finally here! Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness this time. Really, but the redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London! Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Miss Rockford, let it go. She doesn't hold up anything back in the courtroom. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. The jury wouldn't hear it either way. She has no need to stop for time. She won't stroke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against the redirect up for the very last moment. Bullet cut, huh? Yeah. Nothing's impressive about putting my arm between my gun and my heart. I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. Okay, who's this mystery cop? Don't tell me it's just like an outline or something. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Ikaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favorite son, Tariq Chopin. Okay, he's real and he looks like a loser. Patrol Officer Rogers, reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Oh, sorry. That's just reporting for duty. Name and occupation? Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation Patrol Officer. New face? We haven't seen this guy. June 16th. 184 centimeters, 77 kilograms, blood type AB-. He is a police officer in the Lower Wards Patrol. He likes saltwater, rosemary, and graffiti art. He dislikes sand, marshmallows, and the lottery. He wakes up at 5:30 a.m. and he can't stand mice. His balance is easily upset. Boring! His hair is slightly pinkish. Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation Patrol Officer. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. When I said my name wrong. Won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to the trial? Did I not set a reminder? Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite a concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Oh, right. From where? From where? The start. Oh. Well, it was a pretty boring, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving a road, windows down. He was always getting car sick. The windows were down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partners heard shots fired. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, shots echo down in the lower wards, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. I just realized, this isn't really a mystery, because we know what happened. Morgan went bang bang, slash slash, and then walked away. So, are they gonna pin this to anybody? Oh. Hello?
The mystery is who killed the cop, dum-dum.
Thank you for your input, Shadow.
I feel like I've been following along the plot better than you have been.
No, I forgot. There's a lot of victims, you know? There's a lot of victims. And hey, just for the record, I've been doing pretty well on, like, the trial bit of it. Like, I've got all the answers correct and stuff. Most of them. Okay, you wanna stay unmuted? Or what?
I guess.
Yeah, like, if you...
I shall be quiet.
Yeah, like, if you can say stuff about the game. I just, like, respectfully, I would mute you if you were talking about some other game.
Gotcha.
Well, shots echo down at the lower wards, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. My partner was confident that it had something to do with Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues. I suppose context clues are the most of what I used to find the place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked? Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of watching for backup at this point, but my partner, who was convinced that the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor and we heard a loud slam. Slam? What kind of like slam? Or no, like slam? Or like slam? Or like slam? Dunno. It was loud though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay. And insists I stay, and he goes ahead, up to the 3rd floor. And after a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead, and I should join him. That loud slam was definitely the dumpster. I can tell.
Oh, is she the baddie? The judge baddie?
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. I can't tell if that's her belly button right there.
No, that's just a folding in her clothing.
Oh, damn. That's crazy. That's wild. Wild character design.
Yeah, I can give her.
I was about to say her stomach's insanely fucking large, but
That's her right there.
I guess it's the upper part of her stomach.
After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put 2 and 2 together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant. Have you heard a noise at a crime scene? they're hitting the same pose. If you heard a noise at the crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed out some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation. With some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. The only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... I feel like the dumpster's a red herring. Because why would the dumpster slam at all? And when we're talking about escape, right? But I also don't feel confident. I kind of want to push it down. Could it be the Magus? I mean, not disregarded, but... Whatever! Slamming it. Hello? Oh, I just click it. Wait. No!
50-50, bro.
Is this a soft lock? Oh no! Wait, let me save it. I think this is the soft lock.
Now.
Yeah, they were talking about this. There's like
What
a
if,
patch
no,
or
but
something.
what if you're permanently soft locked now that you saved it?
No, that wouldn't happen. And even if there was, there's a live hotfix going on. So if says, "Oh my god! Hold on, this title screen." Peek.
Hold up, I can't see it fully. I don't know why it zoomed in.
Which one?
Oh, never mind.
Peek title screen. Okay. Let's see if this works.
Minimum. Just put down the minimum.
Fuck. Okay. I might have to change to the hotfix. Fuck. Let me just read it again.
What does it mean minimum though?
If you've experienced it's like you can increase the amount of chips you can gain or lose. If you've experienced a
Oh.
soft lock that required reloading during trial gameplay, you can now try for a live hotfix for this issue by selecting the public hotfix branch after clicking. Okay, I'll see the recording in a minute.
This is
Alright,
a
let's see if this
fiction.
works. Thank you for trying our demo. Exclusive phone charm. What? Bonus story? Huh? Episode 0 bonus scenarios. Wait. Okay, this is that's like old info. I think they forgot to remove that.
Lil bro tripping. He's gonna start fiending now over Morgan's belly button.
No, that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't.
We're not gonna talk about what happened 5 minutes ago.
That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. Chat, I don't know what he's talking about. All right.
Yeah, I was about to say this has some fire music, and then I realized it's bloody hell.
Oh yeah, you missed both of the featured Leonard Rain tracks, by the way. Yeah. Okay, I'm saved. Okay, fire escape. Put on Max. The fire escape? If you heard a fire escape slam, would you come running? Fire escapes do not slam counselor. Fuck! For a second, I thought she might get that one. Moppa gang.
Let me put you on some peak right here. Let me put you on some peak.
The Magus. Show up and heard that gunfire off. Wouldn't this first thought be someone had shot off running like a pistol? Okay, good thing I did lose 10 from that, which is kind of crazy. Okay, it's the dumpster. I thought the dumpster was a red herring, but a noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was shooting to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster after her. Hey now, left my ears ringing too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does the dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. Oh. Good night, Cranky. Holy fuck, it is 10:26.
Why? What's the big deal?
Yo, how's it 10:26, man?
Yeah,
2
you've been
hours
playing this game for like your entire
since like
fucking life
1:40.
now.
But like, I took a break and started again at like 8:10. How's it been 2
Jay,
hours
just
already?
pause the recording, trust me,
Yeah.
and play Bloody Hell for a few.
No.
Why?
Why would I quit playing the game of the year?
Everyone, this is a Bloody Hell ad plug. Play Bloody Hell. It's free and it's on Steam.
The only way to get from the
And
third floor to the
also,
street.
a second game is coming out.
The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from on it onto the dumpster below. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it. There must be a dead pixel, you're saying, Your Honor. Which I hate, as mentioned as from one of my files. I think in episode 1. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... no, of course not. But there's no proof, no reason at all to think that everyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, I've got nothing. If there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Hadn't I? I'm thinking, I know. Might this not possibly be time for you to stop thinking? Instead, flip the go board like you've told me to do before. What? What's a go board?
Trigger speech, maybe?
It's a game.
Oh, we're stupid.
You're horribly misquoting me. But, I said there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in the room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the third floor? They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I'll sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I want to get it out, but I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Hadn't I? Any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. Don't spare any detail. I forgot this guy was here. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. We'll gladly recount every minutiae of it for us, line by line. Like every detail. Especially the relevant ones. Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head right now, but I listened through his whole testimony once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner had gunshots. We were heading for the nearest known Orga hotspot and arrived by the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley. Didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. And there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thug from upstairs. A thud from upstairs came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I have an idea of where I might be. What I'm thinking is... I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. My ears pricked up a bit. This thing is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Wait! Am I crazy? Am I crazy or did I not... Hold on. Hey, I'm just gonna write the bug report here so I can save it. During the part where Morgan is asking listening to / checking to Roger's objecting to Roger's testimony. The evidence cards are not flashed at the beginning of this scene, and only when the scene is reloaded via when the testimony is re-listened to. I'm gonna have to report that. It's a bug.
Oh, yeah. I was like, why are you looking it up? I was like, it's a really long description.
Yeah, I didn't get those evidence cards at first. Could have helped. Door was locked, check the alley, there was a ladder. Or not a ladder, but there's a fire escape. You wanna bet? Was that supposed to be funny, counselor? You look like you needed a laugh. Flirting right in front of me. Oh! 8084 is an Emma Morgan shipper. Pardon? Normies! Get overruled. Better stop making sloppy mistakes. I think the adjutant's ready to crash. Wait, what? I was wrong? It was a quiet night. Gunshots. Nearest known Orca hotspot. Oh! The building dead quiet. The building was not dead quiet. There was hella music playing. Get out of here, man.
Ooh, he's telling fibs! He's telling fibs!
Also, that part where Morgan throws the card, I feel like she's a bit more animated in episode 1. How could he have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system playing on the top floor? The witness must have not heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in lower words.
This guy's a liar! This guy's a
But he
liar!
did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. You know what's funny? If you argue, if you object too early, or if you object on the very first try, you'll never hear this part of the testimony because you objected it before you could speak it. So weird continuity error. 0 out of 10 stars for Of the Death of Episode 2. Immersion ruined. So the building was
Fix your
quiet
game.
when
Fix
you
your
were
game.
outside, but you could hear music from the first floor? Well, yeah, I heard the music. Pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside. Yeah? Through the door, I guess. Your Honor, the witnesses established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known blue blood property, Reyes. A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as they understand. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows too. Ha 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 ha! I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. The building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. Experienced myself. Stepping out of the lower wards and into this dingy nightclub vibe. That'd explain what the night witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opened to the alley. Roberts could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though we already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. Again, something that... Wait. Maybe he did say that before. Whatever. He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Ugh. That's on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at the arcs from every angle again, rotating cubes and minus past my program will allow. But I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on a single cube first. Once we've got one spinning consistently. Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but opened by the time Rogers got to the third floor. That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. That's why she's her paralegal! You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claimed that the windows were originally closed, and only opened the last minute as some sort of mystery individual fled down the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows where you shot, and we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the door when open. That's true. That's what I was wondering. The blood was on what should be the outside part. If, as you claimed, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' court hearing to support it. All the actual evidence showed us at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for her advice about taking full advantage of the arcs, by the way. Trust me, there's some things best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Of course, we're putting on meds. Let me think. Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. That is true. You can see where his blood had landed. On the sides of windows that face into the room went open. That's also true. Somehow. That is true. That is like 100% true. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he shot, and the blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. A far-flung... Windows open and arcs. Blood across the windows. Maybe I'm not going to down this. Also, who in their right mind is going for anything other than min or max? He's picking like 13. Found an alley under our escape. Time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Watching recording. And we're back. Okay. Now that I have been detached from my train of thought, maybe I can think about this better.
That makes no sense, by the way.
I'm gonna min roll on Creek, because what I'm thinking is that if the blood splattered in open windows, no, I'm going next. It makes more sense when I think about it, because if he was shot while the windows was open, the blood would have splattered outside the window. I'm going for it. Are you sure that it was Creek who shot in front of? Oh, okay. What are you talking about, Morgan? Oh my god. Good on you, just thinking with your gut. That's not what I meant. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. Oh. Oh, that is fucked up. Because the handles... Because, like, imagine... Instead of imagining if they swing open, imagining if they slide together. The handles would be on the would be like on the it's like he would pull them apart like that. But the handles being there, if they were swung open, it makes no sense. Okay. As if they swing open. Well, what are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. Also, I'm just now realizing how convenient it was that you and Cranky tapped out after Act 1. Because you were just like guest entertainers. You're just like guests. You were just like.
Are you forsaking my talent?
No. I'm saying like it was appropriate. It was appropriate because those characters were never voiced again, aside from some throwaway lines.
Yeah, I was very glad I did not want to be voicing for like 15 hours.
I've been voicing for 8 hours now. they... What? Didn't see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, it's not in the arts. Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So the windows open.
No
like
way
parallel
they put that in there.
What is wabi-sabi?
Wabi Sabi was like a trend that was like, it's okay to be perfect, not to be perfect. Wait, have you ever seen that clip of Bobby from King of the Hill where he's like, I like mine. It's got wabi sabi. And Hank, I can't remember what the dad's name is.
Yeah, Hank.
Hank goes, oh, you can't make up words to define, to win an argument. And it's like, wabi sabi is an Eastern tradition where imperfections make who we are. And it's wabi sabi's like being imperfect but good. Yeah. And it was like a TikTok trend for like a long time.
Recently. 80 and Adjutant seem to have their mindset stuck in like the 2020s. Except the windows only slide parallel to the walls. It wouldn't matter if they were up under shot when Creek got shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Ugh. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up?
Yo, this is a bum-ass robot.
Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. Yeah. So,
wait, when
who
was shot?
Creek.
Kirk?
The dude with the pompadour. Oh, Kirk!
I'm so sorry.
Though when they next opened it is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this Arcsator could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the arcs could simulate that accurately for Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be supposed to waste the court's time. This is a Leonard Bain track, by the way. This is a Leonard Bain track. Whatever it's playing. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the people's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it this way. Wait, what? What is the devil's proof?
Devil's advocate.
Logical dilemma that while evidence will prove the existence of something, the lack of evidence fails to disprove it. Oh, okay, I know what this means. Where have I heard this before?
I got it.
Where have I heard this before? Was it in school?
Dude, this shit goes hard.
Oh, I'm really trying to think about where I heard this from. The explanation. Because I know this exists. It's like... Oh! In statistics! In statistics, if you have
the
like
lack of evidence doesn't...
No, if you have like a bunch of evidence that is like randomly generated, so you didn't like... none of your bias affected it, and you gave it like... you gave treatment and stuff, and the evidence points towards something, that means it probably did happen. But if it didn't if the evidence doesn't point towards something, that doesn't mean the opposite happened. It just means that whatever data you collected is irrelevant.
No evidence for it.
Exactly, so that's the devil's proof. Apparently
it's not
it's
saying
also...
that it didn't happen, it's saying that there's no evidence for it.
Yeah. Apparently this was also used in another visual novel.
Wait, what's it called? The Devil's...
The Devil's Proof. It was on, I'm seeing it in some, like... What's that like really famous visual novel called? I'm seeing it right here, but like I don't know the name for it.
Ace Attorney.
No, it's Umineko. Umineko.
Don't even know it.
I don't know. It's some. I've heard that the writer of the game, that's like his favorite visual novel, and he was inspired a lot by it. And it's probably like also a mystery thing. I just don't really. I've never heard of it before. Like I started playing
Is
visual
the
novels.
creator of this game so hard?
Yeah.
Wait, did one person make it?
One person did the writing, one person did the art, like the 2D art, one person did the 3D models, and then one person, I can't remember what they did. I'm sure it's important.
Something.
Here, I'll search it for you.
There's probably coding, don't worry.
No. Blah 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 blah. MCF. Making car face. Systems integrator, scene designer, technical artist. So I guess it's like a bunch of stuff. Also, I'm guessing this was also coded by Tony, but that's not like too hard. It's a visual novel. It's more impressive that he wrote the entire thing. Yes, and you actually used red design. I did my reading. It's effectively conceded that the windows were separate. Just as strictly taxing. In a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me about war's deception. So have it a little misdirection. Oh yeah, about Makoto, you know how he's like fucking 12 years old? Shadow.
Who's Makoto?
You know that like little annoying kid who I was making a squeaky voice towards?
Which one? Because I remember there were two of them. I don't remember which one you.
This kid.
Oh yeah.
Literally everybody was making fun of him in court for being young, for being like 10 years old. Like Morgan was making fun of him. Emma was like, have you finished your
So
homework?
they're just bullying this poor guy. Even though he's like educated, right?
Important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. Sorry, somebody was in my room. Side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers of the world around. Side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for their prosecution. The devil, 2/3 of the name. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? There's also this track by Leonard. I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floor for the forensic evidence? Yeah. Canoe, whatever that means. Oh, Fury location. You lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up a bit. I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. At the moment Creek was shot, at least we could be certain the soundproof windows behind were closed. Yep, those are the facts. Why are you overstating them? These are something that's been bothering me. Accepting such facts as part of Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. So, front door is locked? Roger didn't notice it until stepping inside. At the moment Creep was shot, Creep was shot. He was certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Heard gunshots on the wards, heading towards the sound. Oh! How could he have heard the gunshots? If the room was... Wait. If the room was soundproof! Let me try this. How could these two officers have set up unresponsive to the sound of gunshots? If the room was deafened at the same time! Till the gun was fired. Now you go there? Oh crap, yeah. Oh wait, excuse me, what are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? That's what... He said it. He said it. Even on the radio he called in. True enough. You can see it right in the police network's database. 9:45, Officer Tarek Chopin reports shots
Wait,
fired.
she's actively framing him?
The judge? No.
No. She's actively... Morgan's actively framing this guy.
Sort of.
Or did he actually? Oh wait, no, we don't know who killed him.
Yes, so he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so that's what you're trying to do, isn't it? Report anything you see across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient. Confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a beat, but your partner somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders have been committed. I don't think Rogers killed Chopin. I don't think he did. Because it'd be too lame of a setup for Rogers to do it. The mysterious cop who appeared like in the last quarter of the game. He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench! You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I was just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked there to come there directly. Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. Commotion, uproar, pandemonium. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Firing the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did. Technically. Your Honor! The defense is completely out of line. The gallery's pretty poorly behaved, too. You're gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tarek Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he used some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into the building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call. There's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. True? That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? That's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive, the kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? The fuck is this from? This is from a newspaper. It's not evidence. Convention. Oh! But it is! These are all like headlines. Political convention next month, heightened security and spending. City contract for Mercs. Helium fuel. Don't care about the helium fuel. Probably don't care about the serial bombings. Public schools as snow, renaming, renovating, Atlas pillars. So probably the convention. You know who I am. Convention. The city council is evaluating new security contracts ahead of next month's convention. And you think what? The blue bloods will stop? Oh. Oopsies. Never hurts to diversify your portfolio. Save the financial advice. Okay. So I'm stupid. Targeting state data? Why would the Blue Bloods, a gang, have state data that is the government? They are a gang. Political convention next
No,
month
but
is
didn't
wrong.
they say that data was sold to anyone? Like they sell it for money?
You might be right.
So why wouldn't corrupt cops, and on top of that, you know, like the entire area is like run by them, so why would they not?
No. The data wasn't stolen. It was destroyed. They like blew up data. The Witch of the West blew up like data centers and shit, which destroyed a bunch of information. So it can't be sold. I'm gonna rule out serial bombings. Convention is obviously ruled out. So it's either helium fuel or ballot measures. Renaming and renovating Atlas pillars. So it has to be ballot pillars. There's no way it's fucking helium. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Counsel, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a minute. What? How are y'all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measure specifically. Oh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea, bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. I need to read that article again. They were talking about like some pillars? What do the pillars do? Articles, ballot propositions. 492. Yeah, sponsored by Chopin and Chopin. Multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards. Stabilizing points for the city's canopy. Oh, they're elevators. They're big-ass elevators. They're like tall-ass elevators that bring people from the lower wards up to the canopy. And they're also supporting like the public transit. And of course, the mother of all paydays is anyone lucky enough to own the land at a park. Wait a minute, you mean you? Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but who's on the city council sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question. Less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there? This shit lags like crazy. Oh. I'm not even doing anything. Not touching anything. Classified documents.
No glitches, no kidding. It is a good game though. It does look like it.
Found on Creek's desk. Yeah, it is definitely the redacted document. Highly confidential. Red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. they're almost entirely illegible by now. We can still make a reference to P492 right here. Actually? Red ink.
Oh, that's the papers in the
492.
beginning.
Yeah, 492.
When she took them out for the mask.
Yeah.
Those are the papers.
And then they got scattered everywhere, and then somebody died, but they're in like they're like in a special ink that like if it gets heated too much, it becomes illegible. So then somebody died over them, and like the blood is hot. So that struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy, a state construction project that's massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. They'd have to get past the blue bloods, or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Council Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure if I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tarek Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Oh, stocks are down! Vehemence, wrath, and outrage! She said it. She said that? Also new track. What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop, politician, or prosecutor that can explain to the court how Tarek Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night, when we all know damn well he would never heard any gunshots. Ugh! It is a bit of a pickle.
Okay,
what you got for us, Eunice?
You gotta do better noises for the surprises, dude.
Shut up, man!
Like you're
Shut up!
moaning, man.
Shut up!
It just
Nobody's
sounds
looking
like
into
you're
an 8-hour fucking recording, man. What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin was a patrol officer with criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And he called my comments inflammatory. Oh, corrupt? You've got brass, alright. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer. The hound of a Wait, what? Mob lawyer defending the hound of Acadia? That's another glitch, unfortunately. When Rogers wordly yells that that Morgan is defending the hound of Icaria in court, the text moves too fast. That should be good enough. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I had already sniffed that she was freed by the crowd. Seriously? He's the hound? But isn't the hound that... cop killing animals? No, that house stink like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Want you'll stab Buzz in the back too? Sasuke, please calm down and shut up. Bad apple, hang the whole house with him. Your Honor, these apples in the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing. It's not enough you butchered them like that. Animals! You gotta pay this lord to spit on his grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. How dare you! While you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the low wards. Better a blue blood than the piss running in your veins. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid now. Okay, it was fun, but have you rented? You're all done. The court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. No, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. This heat. Burn the house. Tension like haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots. And on the back of my neck. Every last one. Every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you. A bead of sweat and something that feels like. Oh? Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us! Get down! No! No! What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. Woo! Oh shit! London with the clutch! Oh, the clutch! Oh, dog, that's a crazy clutch!
My goat, that's why
There's a courtroom
in London
shooter?
we trust.
Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Sasuke, I am not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of cold sweat on my lower back. There was a shooter in the court? What? Well, why did you push me down? What do you mean, why? Why did I? I take my time turning back to trace a bullet trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective.
You ladies alright?
Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. That instance, I recognize the nameless flickering around across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever seen it once. At the very end.
Huh? Wait, I'm lost.
Okay.
What do they mean by nameless?
I think it's just like an emotion, like a really intense emotion he had.
Well, then why would that be like...
Oh!
crossed
You know,
out?
remember when... I don't know if you remember this, but... Oh shit. Sasuke was talking about whenever he kills people, he feels like thin. Like he feels weird. Even when he's like killing from an order, like in the military.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
Yeah, so maybe it's like the same thing. Like, and at the very end, it means at the very end of the person somebody killed. And like London
killed
feels like weird. Okay, I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? Oh, it's Judge Barrows. How did...
Yo, Judge Barrows lucky bad.
Fuck. Another voice? How did that man get into the courtroom? The building? And with a weapon like whatever the hell that was. It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. We've seen her before. Yo! Everybody's not listing their weights. Are we insecure about something?
Yo, what's
Occupation?
Up with fine shite, bro?
Yo! Superior. She's like 5 times her age, man. Superior judge of the higher circuit. Likes hot springs, cold beer, and warm tea.
The older the fruit, the wiser the juice. The better the juices.
Oh, okay, man. Dislikes waking up before alarm. She's a cat person she is a cat person, but she just happens to be allergic. She never forgets her past children and characters, and her favorite season is fall. Boring. Don't care. Lotta legally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. Uses a simple air taking system. And projectiles made of enamel. I thought the visual novel, I thought the story was gonna end there. There's a fucking shooter in the building?
Accounting or not accounting? Accounting or not accounting mod violence?
it's exactly that. He says a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel.
Terra!
Enamel, as in teeth? Where on earth do these people? Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. It's organic from the outside, but if you're aiming at flesh, That's the job done. And our metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. However, we found some discrepancies in the personal files of courthouse security team members. Probably got his hands on a keycard. Lost, bought, or stolen. Had it modified to get him in the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time it did. Daddy expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky he's stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? There's 4 people in this building. Machiri must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As you recall, the adjutant got their feet the moment Officers Rajan mentioned the Hound of Acadia, so they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes, but the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there are plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he achieved by catching Sasuke red-handed. Allegedly. There's no presumption of innocence in station rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks. 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassin in a courtroom full of quads is quite the step up. That is crazy. That's crazy how London made that shot so well.
London low-key saved.
Yeah. You know what? London, I forgive you for being kind of chopped.
No London slander will be tolerated.
Yep. You're cool with me now. Besides being like a cop.
Wait, because now he's an op with the Blues.
Oh, that's
what if that was a hit
true.
from the Blues?
And I don't think that the Blues would be
And he was with the Blues too, so...
I don't think the Blues would be accepting that, like, you know, it's in self-defense, you know? Any connection to Greek's pod? Meh. Older generation, different part of town. I mean, I guess they would be. I mean, it's not like the Blue Bloods, like, shoot people out in the streets and then not expect people to, not expect them to get arrested. You know, they recognize they're not like actual buddies. They're just like send messages to each other. The cops to the Blue Bloods. They don't have a super intimate relationship. Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So trying to execute Sasuke was an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting. But it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial. About that. It's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as if I always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly the Blue Blood Mafia has convinced my client he killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks out on mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sasuke Ikeda doesn't need a mistrial. It's kind of interesting how.
Isn't he gonna get shanked regardless?
Yeah. It's kind of interesting now. It's kind of interesting how the law also considers crimes happening. Like when I was discussing this like Supreme Court case in class, we were talking about like how. I guess we didn't really talk about it too much, but we mentioned how like if you send kids to prison, they're just like going to join a gang and like get killed or something, and like that's why you shouldn't send kids to prison. And kids getting killed in prison and joining gangs and shit, that's not something that should be happening, but it's something you need to consider. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. The story spreads the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sasuke. Every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him. Let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective? Is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour. We have to. The stands are full of police officers and any one of them could. Ambulance chasers will pay prime for this story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial is over. Which will be about when exactly? Could finish tomorrow? There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finish?
Yo, I hate to say it, but
tomorrow?
that shit is leaking.
Yes, Your Honor. Like, when I see 84 of the devil. Fine, yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout, like with the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. London is getting a lot of action in this episode. Right behind you, ma'am.
Yeah, too much.
What is Reyes doing? Reyes is such a bum right now. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. No wonder I've seen people ship Morgan in London, I guess. Even though I personally don't agree with it.
I don't see it.
Any other defense
just
attorney
don't.
in the city would have taken in this trial. Dumped a hound of Acadia, and some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Acadia are high society, haven't you heard? And are not beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to ask me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your claim, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'll go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sasuke. Where things people start recognizing me, remembering me, down Breston will be glad London did him one. I twist the knife slow as a second hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry, that was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. Spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of heartbreak of people. And maybe I'm getting into my head that I'm feeling some kind of unfeeling badass. Just freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. Prosecutors and Hangman Emma. I'm gonna have to look at some Blue Sky Think Beast to realize how this episode has a lot about gender. I just don't see it. I'd love to see it, but no.
I'll see it
does their
either.
job right. The neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sasuke Acadia spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Meg's haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. Never felt that bad about it at all. Ruins in the family. The way she whispered it, that half-stuttering sigh. Not even sure she even heard it herself. 4:08 p.m., August 15th. State Building. Floor 48. Alright, that should free your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Kaede really is. Come on, there's a lot of codenames to remember. Would you really believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. from across the room, the crowd moving around him. Yeah, you're lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered to think you'd think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him? Took a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. Doubt that the guy was fidgeting all day. Person had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited to take his shot? To get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot as hell on deck. Nosebleed. Flushed extremities. It was as high as a drone. Probably metahexphenylene, considering how well the blue bloods have done pushing it.
What type of drugs they got in the
Nirvana?
future? Damn.
The party drug that college kids start?
That's
kids are
not
having?
Nirvana.
It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be a small, good for.
Is that
I guess it
Nirvana?
could be good for a party. Small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around at one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed it to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. Took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth, and he had started biting his arm by the time it knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? In the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the blue bloods in Monopoly? Up in smoke. Farmer Megs and Dispenser of the world will step in to reap the rewards. And the blue bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. Gray tide rolls on. Blue bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like scientists? Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. The pink rooms? Like in a Motto employee? So if the blue bloods
Don't
can
get
run,
that reference, I'm sorry.
it's because in Motto employee they have basically you're like some kid working at a big ass corporation building, and you know conditions are kind of dire. But the one benefit they do have is the pink room, which is a masturbation room, to put it plainly.
Oh, lucky W.
So if the
The
blue
one
bloods
thing that they have that
can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? Just competition and name recognition, and locale and real estate, and basically they can't afford it. The buying's too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole realm of profitable. Like folks like the Al-Qaeda do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their play date fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492? Really buy that? Tarek Chopin working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit it. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. So, what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take. The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. There's some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell?
accommodation.
As I've said, all these blue bloods are. He tried to shoot you, Sasuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. Never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who wants you dead. Does that make you the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt you're fond of me either. God damn it, Sasuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. Might be starting to sink in. Sasuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings of the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the blue blood shit list? Is it because of the Hound? Hounded? Did you help one of the old guard retire early last week? That particular messenger communicates only with the highest class of clientele. Corporate rivals and the rest of the nobility? Yes, the Hound of Al-Qaeda is known. In the low words, but he isn't truly feared there. He hasn't taken the life of any blue blood, noteworthy of otherwise, in over a year. So, not since you were reassigned to guard duty. Does it have something to do with Renigen? Makoto seemed hesitant to discuss anything to do with him, because that is the house's way. Oreo Holdings take care of Renigen and the like. Makoto appeared to know anything about their inner workings. That would be a breach of house lines. So Renigen is just a red herring? This is because of what happened a year ago. How do you know about it? What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. We were gonna work out a deal for the Carrion network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked swill that blue bloods make sold in our Why would we want the basement cooked swill that blue bloods make sold in our storefronts? Our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana's legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The AFG met with the whole guard to discuss a deal. Fell apart. Forces were raised, weapons were drawn. I was in the shadows and I stepped in front of a blade from Makoto. The householders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety, perhaps. Felt they had grown overconfident. The house's useful tool, but not indispensable. The Hound. They ordered me to guard Makoto for some time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to a headship? Of course it is. Why do you sound like that? Get points for picking up, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. Kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a day later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Are we back to Kintsugi? Here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. And that slow shit in the wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, can't exactly suit you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted. Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. Such as plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever, as long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too. No, I don't actually care. Something wrong? Why do you think something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I've been bothering Sasuke, I think. Pestering about catching bullets. If you're bothering Sasuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side of that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sasuke was the one who acted while I just... Sasuke's trained for the exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watch you grow. And what do you think? am still growing, still developing. Think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Oh no, is she stuck in like a teenager's body? In like a 14-year-old's body?
Wait,
for, like,
wait. Is
forever?
Sarah
Huh?
a human stuck in a robot?
No. She is an AI, which is different than most androids. Because androids have like a set of rules that they need to follow. Sarah is an AI and she doesn't have any of those rules. She just thinks on her own.
Oh, okay.
And she could do whatever she wants, include like killing people. She wouldn't, but she could. It's nothing
And they had to
Makoto disloves.
disprove her being an AI in the last episode,
Yeah.
right? Or in the first episode, sorry.
Yeah. That was the first episode, so. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer many years. Stands to reason that he did act defensively in circumstances when so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until I'm not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he is dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, for the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forget that it includes the extraordinary too. You seen violence like that before then? Have I? I don't know. Have I? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age, most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time.
Bullshit.
Every time is like the first time when she is completely emotionless about it.
Brutally stabbing people to death. Yes, every time is the first time.
I hope that everyone is like you then. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then.
No.
There are no people like me. I'm built different.
Aura.
Irashai. Irashai. I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls. One Sarah, who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got this big case of beautiful tawny deep reds from forgotten volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full, with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You should subscribe to treat, down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Hirashai? 2 waters coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Acadia? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whatever he did, the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So here, is that literal? Stark white business cards lay neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why he or the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them. These new ability types, their whole lives are galas in boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. For every sentence has a front and backside to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken cause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Akira aren't exactly at the top of the neo-ability pecking order. Reminding the others that they still got the things and a viable strategy when they know they've outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold. That doesn't explain what such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there, all he needed was to get away with murder, be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major house...
Sniper?
Like the thing that...
Tyler Robinson?
All the major houses love to use body doubles.
You're gonna have to, like, fucking take out so much of this, dude.
I'm not editing a single goddamn thing. If he kills the target between closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Reaching the 9-hour mark? Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. Or if the hound kills where a house's rifles can see, they're damage 6. You know a lot about Neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the Neo-aristocracy? Why the fuck did I see it? I like that. Neo-aristocracy? Aristocracy? Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I want to run a bar in Midtown as a hobby kid. Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveals in making anything click hurt me. Blue blood assassin trying to miss him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded for them. Yeah. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. This is before the Kitty had cut them down. I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The rest weren't even twinkle in some psychopunks back then. And the Kitty cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. Reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city if what? The Kitty hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. When you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought the Blue Bloods deserved it because it happened to them. I'm sorry, I just can't think of how it relates to gender because most of the characters introduced here are men.
You're not woke enough.
And then they're also talking so much about gangs, which I feel like doesn't relate to that.
Yeah, but did you see a girl in the gang?
Han?
See, I'm so smart.
I need to read up about it after I'm done. I have
I don't see it either. I have a
good think they saved.
Maybe it's further.
Shout out Bling Builders. All that was left with the old timers, the grandparents.
Bling bling boy.
No, it was whatever. All that was left for the old timers, the grandparents, and the great uncles, all settled without heirs. They were treated latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, then family that became the first gens of then the young bloods. What about the money? Starting to sound like a real meat killer. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the car you just stole. The vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the red blood. Locked behind the GFA. Getting butchered by their cardio was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world would never accept them back into the fold if they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they attempted to take their hubris.
Paradise Lost? Like, the book?
Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they?
Oh, it's Paradise Lost.
Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little word? That's another one. You spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret. One day he'll come back and reclaim what's rightfully, you know, guessing you've heard this before. Is there any truth to it? Old guards heard on these things. Seems to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. Also, this episode talks a lot about politics. Gang politics, where the first episode was more about, like, humanity and such. And I guess also corporate stuff.
Corpo?
Yeah.
Sokka?
Okay. They can just hold on another 5 years. They'll finally find the error they've been looking for. They can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes young blood start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. Original full expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests the camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. True. Yeah, well, where have I heard that before? Whatever. Well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Young bloods give their life to the mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut them loose just because they some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decide to show up after all these years. Think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with her little lord? I know it. So do the young bloods. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tarek Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tarek Chopin, I mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. His parents were government officials, and if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all the records. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals within the level of the 99th percentile. Wait, so this act protects against the... I think it's in the first episode. It protects against corporations. Sarah, look this guy up. At Sarah, is this real? What do you want to know? Let's see the age. How old was he? His age is listed as 27. But the entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. Seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. He was an orphan 27 years ago. That's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. Would be an unkind way of putting it. The governments of the world were scrambling. Oh my, they're all pulling the same pose, I just realized. They're all posted up in the same exact way. Am I streaming?
Yeah, I'm fighting a boss right now.
Okay. I'll copy paste it. Want to know about his adoption. His father's adopted in 2066, after 3 months of visits to gospel home orphanages. Private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. They had just gotten swallowed. The parent company might have kept the records. the adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. I'm trying to cast doubt on the realness of the connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo op that could pass them by. As they wanted to draw attention away from who they're adopting, and no, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty of sin. They wouldn't let people think. This is useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. What was his education? Take Chopin had a lotta green. Gets a lotta green that becomes a patrol officer. It's not of a politician. It's not the bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart, you can recognize when the law is being broken. It'll keep you far away from anything real. Because for a year, they're moving to politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London didn't mention he was too principled to be likable or reliable. Joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move. That means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve the defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. Tarek Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you think Chopin was Little Lord? You're the last person I expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we for a moment assume that unicorns and dragons and Chukanokos are real, what do you mean? Chukanokos are very well documented. I can show you. Then yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord. And if any Youngblood knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1. This is all guesswork on your part. You're the most zealous Youngblood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 3 years old and adopted. They wouldn't have seen something that they wouldn't have had. They would have had to. Why does 3 versions of have appear in that sentence? They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. 2. As I recall, the only Youngblood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building. Clears his name pretty handedly. The only Youngblood I know. 3. I can think of at least one other group that killed to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. Hasakaiya, who would better to cut him down than the most loyal rogue. And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try to kill Sasuke in a courtroom. Or unfortunately, stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sasuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one. We're over there in the footage. Over there in the corner. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. It's that kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but you're like in on the joke, and it's not pretending to be genuine. Boss, with the number of followers Kensugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at the time of the day. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. Well, crossbows or whatever. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting would be bad. Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance, wouldn't it be better framed? It'll look like shaky cam found footage. It's more legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with the ice. I ain't gonna hold you. I think aside from the 4 gang members, every single person in the cast is really hot. Of the new cast is really hot. Agree or disagree, Shadow?
I'm locked in right now. I cannot.
Okay.
No comment.
What do you do with Crush Ice Kensugi, Sarah? Kick it under the fridge. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor. Half a lime, juice, Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it hard. No, you're the lawyer, and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Big way? Toss a yolk until it's a weekend, in which case, put in the bowl in the fridge. It seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle with the deadly serious one. Orgeed, if a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know. You won't serve them anymore. Did you consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sasuke? I told you, they kicked me out only after.
Damn, why did they make him look fucking majestic in that?
Yeah. No one's sending an assassin.
I'm not gay, but damn.
Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. What if knife can be deadly down there in the fog? I saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get me,
Alexa
courtroom
off.
filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place where they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish, with charred cinnamon for a smoky ambiance. Serve immediately.
Jay, it's 12. We should low-key lock in.
You mean clock out?
Oh, yeah. Some potato, tomato.
I am so locked in, though. A bitter blessing.
Jay, you just yawned. Are we not gonna go over
Surely
that?
with that much lime, it's a sour blessing now.
Fuck.
You do not know how... I could keep going till the sun rises, man.
They most definitely put like some AI filter over that. It's like
No,
a
it was just
realistic.
like-
It was like a. Is this so realistic?
What do you mean? What do you mean AI filter?
No, like they took a photo and then just like pixelated it or something.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't really look like a drawing, does it?
Yeah,
I mean, maybe it's a drawing. It's kind of
maybe.
a lot of work for a drawing. You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm no baby, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. Oh my god, there's that kid though. The fucking kid, Blood. You forgot about the kid. I hope you're right. I am. You wanna know if you're
Wait, does
wrong,
Rain know
also?
that she kills?
No. Probably not. I don't think anybody knows she kills.
Doesn't she have a little brother as well?
No, she said... No. In episode 0, she said to Carlos that she had a little brother who also wanted to do like modded stuff with his arm, but then she was just lying, just saying that to make him feel better. She is an only child, I believe. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it, for gods. One of the last thing. Apparently, Sasuke's captors talk about some kind of huntsman. The little lords have been an urban legend. Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Though I guess Daimani is the only one who knows that Morgan went down there and interacted with Creek and all the rest of them. He just doesn't know that they got murdered by her.
I think it's kind of easy to put 2 and 2 together, right?
I don't know. He's no detective, maybe. You wouldn't like... Your first conclusion wouldn't be like that one of your friends murdered a bunch of people? I guess
But it would be suspicious, would it not?
it would be suspicious, because like... Is Daimani really not going to ask about like the rest of the case and the victims and stuff? Actually, that's kind of a weird hole in the story. Daimani knows that Morgan went down there because he gave her directions. So Daimani, and if Daimani ever reads the transcripts of the case, he'll know that 4 people died in that around that same location. So, you know, maybe he's not the type to read transcripts or even like a newspaper about such case. Orca's shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsmen. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. She said they're boogeymen.
Huntsman from Repo?
Yeah, and the fact they exist makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin? Like Bresson to shoot in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night your way home from work, go to sleep, wake up at night, a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. What the fuck? Wait, that's scary. Well, he calls your mom from your locked phone, across the room, in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas. More contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded.
Hear me out, the mask is what lets them change their face or their whatever.
True.
Because Morgan stole the mask, and the mask said to like, it fit really well, it was well designed, like everything like that, right?
Yeah.
So
Wouldn't
maybe,
pay for one of them
maybe,
to
just
come-
maybe.
The mask hasn't come to play yet. Unless he had a really good use case or
Why should you just like kill them? Like
a
I'm
weapon
so
only take
confused.
a weapon only they could take full advantage of. Who? Kill who?
Kill everyone there and just take the mask. Why did she just do that? She didn't know the mask was there, right?
Yeah.
Why'd she take the mask?
Well, she guessed it was there. Wait, what did
Well,
Money?
how do we know the mask in the first place?
Hold on, why did Money send her there in the first place? I kind of forgot. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sasuke. Why, so Sasuke can start writing his will. How in bet against it, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are myths, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How to kill a boogeyman? Same way to kill anyone else. With pleasure. Alright. I should need a recommendation from you. What a kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's not for me, but how much do you know about host clubs? What? Hold on. Host club. I'm getting search results for Oran High School host club. Host clubs are somewhere where mostly male staff tend to women. Okay.
I think
the hell is
this
that
the-
supposed to mean?
The men and
Woo! Woo! It's Han.
female say, "Oh,
Hi.
damn."
Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've gotta be. You're a drug pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious? It's reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes. Hey,
Don't
that's
be
your criteria.
racist, bro.
If that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Ooh. Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Ooh. Sign this is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knock shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too. Reyes is kind of easy to voice because she's always angry, and it's kind of easy to have a single emotion as one voice. We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens were on the lower wards? No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about people who live down there. Oh, and I'm sure prices are very generous. Rather than parents get a bill from us and a letter from condolences from you. So, sorry ma'am. You look suspicious as he was running away. Han, not helping. Raises confidence. Sorry that I'm not calm when you got an actual orca stomping over the scene where a cop was murdered. As I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both of your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Ad and I. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just take another look upstairs. What? Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should be at the goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debriefed. She doesn't need permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again, I'll break your finger. Set ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Oh, clearly, this isn't gonna work. So Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around taking hornet's nest and scratching your head wherever it's getting stung. Whatever. You think you just walk away from the shit he said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. For London, if you think for even one, I'm not kidding, Vera. Take a walk. Forget it. And y'all go to hell for all I care. Oh, not you! For God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise. Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That's not a very nice thing to say. And it shows you haven't met that many cops. Surprised you're still welcome here after what happened in the courtroom. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Oh, Bresson. Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Guys like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the muscle would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Would Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta be worried about. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. About Chopin. Did anyone go digging into Chopin after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously. If only to cross it off the list. Other than her? I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I'll also be able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof Windows theory. But don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. But if Rail season is enough, Chopin did he get there before anyone else. No one knows how. Look, if you really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm logs on his personal devices. If it didn't come from any of the tech we can examine on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Probably not, little lady. Maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages? What world? Testimony. Was that their whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? You don't take my word for it. Reyes will tell you the same thing. Doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Ad and I at the moment. Can you not tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? 10-999 went out around 10:15, telling us that Chopin's heart stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21, we approached the front of the building. We saw the door ajar, lock blown in, and Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was. Like I testified, Chopin was flatlined, and his own partner had confirmed there was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended this suspect, so SP is what we could focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. stealthy officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sasuke down all by himself. Yeah, charge and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the fourth floor was in fact clear. Yo, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for scientists to show up with his spare keys. Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Because, besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Scientist has unlocked every door in the building at this point. But when I first time walked this hall, walked out the front door later. How did this all look then? I'm like considering stopping at point and going to sleep, but like if I go to sleep and I don't fall immediately asleep, I'm going to get the itch. You know?
And you're gonna have to scratch it.
Yeah. If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. The only thing that could possibly stop me is if my entire voice goes out. Like I'm gonna speak like this. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince the jury that anyone other than Sasuke killed him? It'll be difficult, without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you've taken all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What do you want to pitch this as the young bloods and old guard going at it? Or what? The GCP that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. What's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets. My theory is correct, and Chopin was killed because the young bloods didn't want the old guard abandoning them. The old guards have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Does that mean the Redding plans to profit off Prop 492 was a young bloods conspiracy? Those papers were tucked aside inside the creek safe before I arrived. I fucking love it when they both pull the face at the same time. They're so in sync. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds the bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. It goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because they're so bright. A nickname! But I guess people are calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, should have asked before. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. Can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. Hell, do you hate Spearmint that much? I would never want to seem ungrateful. Seems like the smell is starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood, now that so many feet have trodden through there. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye! Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? No, that was... The mention meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn off my phone for a minute and forget. Cute Android, by the way. So what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start up big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Marks have chewed it up and spat it out by now. Jarx is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have? It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did Sarah. But the ARCs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Huh, let me know if you can figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? Literal alarm? But that one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging, but I've sworn you puffed your chest out all the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What do you like me to look for? Still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't heard of once yet. The cigarette.
Yeah, because why would you smell anything else? That's stupid.
I took that cigarette with me when I left. Then I tossed it in a trash can about 3 roll stops. I just need to send Sarah sniffing for it. Okay, well now it's more obvious that it's a knife, but I'll just flip these. Skeleton keys for the entire building. Found on Creek's corpse, right where I left them. No, the only thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up is... Okay then. Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. Well, I don't know where it went. I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking for you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there's something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay, I'll go fetch. Gotta ask nicely. Wait, Sarah! Yes? That's a very old rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. As a command, Adonai. Un instant. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging people's trash is the base of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife, and it's charred? Found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below this fire escape. What is a steel drum? I need to know. I've heard this term 3 times. Is it? Oh! It's like that
Steel drum trash can.
Yeah, it's like the shit where you see like homeless people huddling around a fire in like cartoons or something.
Oh, yeah. It's like a barrel.
Seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? Was there? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in the fire all night, but still. It does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and scientists...
What does Adonai mean?
I think it's Hebrew for like master or something.
Fuck.
Because
why?
Sarah does belong to Morgan technically.
Oh, what?
Sarah does belong to Morgan.
Yeah. I don't know why use the fucking Hebrew word for master. That's like top 10 most random things ever.
David's like
oh no, but it's
David's
of the
like a
devil,
Jewish
and
name,
the devil's
right?
a Christian thing.
David's a
Think
Jewish
about it.
name, right?
Huh?
David's a Jewish name.
Yes.
Okay, so her dad was
yeah,
Jewish,
so-
so... I mean, they're not like blood related or anything, and I doubt.
Obviously, but like still, I
Doubt,
think it would stick with her.
I doubt David would give any. Would like I doubt David would like explicitly give her a religion or something. That is true, but they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they actually have to use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloody knife if they found a sword sticking out of corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police for a check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates both. Then, we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but the modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adelaide. Great. Ready to get started? Arden? You're capable of recognizing my DNA word. When we first met, yes, but so running by your hand and analyzing blood type. Gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adelaide, to analyze the blood in this knife, I would have to use my son. That's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Oh. Does she? Of course I don't. I'm not saying anything. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. What the fuck is going on? That was the most amazing sequence I've ever seen in this game.
Peak of all peak.
She has to lick the tongue, or she has to lick the knife to find out what blood type it is, and then she fucking pukes out rainbows, like in Konosuba. There's blood from more than one person present. Mostly B-, I believe, with some maybe minus around the tip. Profiles. It's a B- and A B-. So, Miller was the one who got killed by the knife. So that's Miller's. AB-, could that be, Sasuke's? Yeah, that's when he cut himself
No,
out
it
of the
couldn't.
ropes. No, that's because he cut himself out of the ropes.
No,
And it,
but
like,
Sasuke, did he ever touch the knife?
yeah, no. What happened is, he got both the knife. Morgan gave him both the knife and the gun, but put like the knife near his hand. So when Sasuke was conscious enough, he could like fiddle around the knife blindfolded. Eventually cut off his bindings, but probably not before poking his wrists with a bunch of blood. And look, it says AB- around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Thank you for the report, sir. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. My knife. A mass-produced medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors. Does hunting still exist in this world? Are there animals? We've never seen wildlife besides like that one dog, the one stray dog that one time.
What do you think they're eating? Like Beyond Burgers, bro? Like
That's
of
okay.
course
That's
there's
no.
animals.
I meant like in the wild, because like,
Oh, in the wild, no. The wild's
yeah.
completely fucking dead, most likely.
Recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel, the alley just outside the crime scene. Bears clear signs of blood on the blades, despite significantly charred by flames. Thanks for being on this recording with me, by the way. Means a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Sarah's unique, but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis found the presence of the following: type B- and AB- blood. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sasuke. How the hell did it end up inside? How many androids can say that? Now come on, you've got some boxes to tick. This is the 4th fucking time in the room. War client, Sasuke. According to Rogers, this is how we found him. Thrusting the sword into Shogun. We're merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He was really found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming end. Sarah, bring up the medical files in Sasuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? How exactly was he injured? His left hand is broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrists, where he is bound. Contusions all over the anterior side of his body. And he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of his head.
Oh, that's not good.
His biggest wound was to the back of his head, as he fell backwards to the ground. There's also a small cut in his left hand.
Fuck yes.
How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and his head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. He also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest that night? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How's that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene?
Man, I beat the game in one sitting. Are you kidding me?
What game?
Bloody hell.
Damn. So this
I
is
guess
where
I
they-
remember it as well.
So this is where they found Creek's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had a chance, he used a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean?
Alright,
They had been paralyzed.
I'm gonna call for
You would
dinner.
have noticed. Alright, good night, Sarah. Fuck, I called you Sarah. Good night, Shadow.
Sarah. Night. Goodbye, everybody.
Yumi would have noticed that in her autopsy. Turn off the shirt. And I guess leave the call. Nobody was fucking joining at 12:30 in the morning. Well, that's true. But he just sat there limp all the time. Didn't even try to move. He was... Wait a minute. What's that tattoo on his chest? Is that a dog? Let me think he couldn't move, so I would have noticed this. Was there anything found in his hands? Anything at all? Doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. If he had been holding something, dropped it when he died. Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on. What's this? What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by the sound. What sound? I just brushed against this. It's a little toy thing. You can hear it? You can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature Dave gave you? I'd imagine any android, or robot, or electronic device with modern features could pick up on this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore. Stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof though. The specific frequency of this tone is not in the your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. Do you think that Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Let's go. Writing protocol designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? Seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The arc showed that they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages, then? No more detailed than you do, I'm afraid. Strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information. Yet these papers were left out when Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They were left out there by Creek. Took the documents out of safe so I could reach the mask. They must have left them out on the desk afterwards. New behavior. Anchor Town. Supposedly he was the first one to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If the attacker got it away from him, he must have done so first. Yes, I can see the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. I'll look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along. Patrol officers, TC and HR. One week ago. TC and HR. Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers. Badge numbers match. Seems like they detained Anchor Town briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's ground for 28 days detainment. Why didn't you just let him go? Is it possible that he's a criminal informant? If he was a CI, they wouldn't have logged the incident. Besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they already got what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy that file to stop the frisk report. Right away. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just playing a news article they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. It's Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer is Copycat. And it seems... Just let me skip it for myself. Suspect Heartbreak Copycat foiled. Arrested. Individual suspect of planning an act of terror has been arrested. Suspect has been apprehended by officers. Leave the missive. I might have to call it soon. Having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition to the vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question is properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for the arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was at the time a publicly accessible online document praising HK's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, listing a number of his complaints and criticisms against recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their list that made on their last earnings that call that they will begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. Although the decision made at Hanami and some controversy at the time, the stock prices steadily increased the day after, reflecting optimism amongst shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots will no longer be tied so strictly to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent. Hanami's CFO has since been speaking at investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suspecting a possible target. The takeaway here is that the terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prepared, and easily prevented, and there's no standing risk to the public. Said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking that they're the next heartbreak just because you brought a gun, you will be caught. You'll be prosecuted, your hero will be far behind. Update. Hanami of Robotics has yet to respond to request for Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking the investigators for the swift and decisive action. We have also learned that a select portion of the shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers as shareholder, as well as to their customers and shareholders. Whether this is an addition of a reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas. Like what you're reading? Does it? Oh my god. Seems like heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original. So what is it? Shit, Morgan, why do you do that shit, bruh? It's gonna follow you everywhere. Miss Han, since Sinus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Sorry, Sarah, as you can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. It's just Han. I don't know what you're talking about. Get messages all the time. Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing it. Fine! Whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really. It's just an app. You set frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? Couple kilos. Kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is Blue Blood neighborhood. Did you really expect people to believe the cops slumber their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly you're trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to the frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the megs or the pixels listening in. You didn't get this alarm on the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. Got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chauvin would have gotten here? No. Not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek looked dead. Didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you're poking around, and then they're the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods? What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. You have no idea what this ink means. Will you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? Bogard choose you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods, and end up with livers and kidneys that look up like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no cheddar because Yakaria killed them all. Make it on the donor list because of geriatric or Viagra lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Also, I break your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all four limbs, you'd still pump clean plasma. Every job, an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. And I'm guessing Creek was 2. Oh, minus, yeah. AAA graded, just like meat. And Creek? Safe for the trial, lady. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Emma's argument is that Sasuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sasuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the Maga stew. Well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him. But secondarily, so he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sasuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along? Gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now, I want to know whose blood this is. Blood the bindings? Would it belong to Sasuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room did. Probably. But I need to know. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adelaide, let us ask one of the scientist employees on standby to analyze it. We have a record for a very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right, scientists does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigative services. They have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I'll flag the bite needs to be analyzed. Wait, I've already made the request, hadn't I? If you insist on making me test finding myself now, you'll only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a raise. Really's a shithole here, though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. Feels like a cruel place. What is it? Is there something we missed in here, Nat and I? No, not in here. This fucking room, the fucking room from this angle looks beautiful. Like that desk is rendered so well for no reason. The windows, they were closed when Creek was shot. So closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. You saw a contradiction argue for the presence of a third party, because someone must have opened them to go to the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah, that's one option. What's the other? Wanted to kill them to do some sweeping around here? Guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But what the hell do all these cops and signage shops actually do? Kneel on the walls and screw around on their phones. I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in criticism. Detective Race has had much to say about signage employees who were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, that'd be removing evidence. Their arcs would light up. Adding trash, though? Hadn't I? Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Just start looking. Any fit for card DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. Torn page of the red ink document. With what looks like a shoeprint of it. Shall I try and match it to the samples? Good luck. Cops and securities types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which 99 have 100 shoes, and so they're also made by the same two mix. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual testings. And that looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? How could I have possibly been lying here, neglected this whole time? Nah, Princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on. You know me. What do you find there? More dead men's garbage? Heat it up and you girls are gonna make it look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So would you like to add this to the arcs or should I? Well, seems like you got momentum going, so don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job on the glove. You don't wear jobs on the glove, Miss Han. It's just Han, but you already know that. Probably also know them. They don't make them in my size. So if you found your fingerprints in here, on the windows, or even upstairs. Oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So did you need me to walk you out? I was not the fucking murderer. Han's not the Oh, it's not the... Oh, it's not the... Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. It's not a big announcement. Can't be hard to find your way back in the dark. I think it'll be too weird, cause to like formulate, cause like if it were Han being the murderer, episode 1 and episode 2 would kind of flow the same way. You go to trial, you find something crazy happens, you go back to the scene of the crime, meet a female character that you offered to talk to, and then you go back to the trial, and then you discover that the female character you talked to was actually the murderer. So probably not happening. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. I hear that Chauffin was assassinated as an attack on the old guard. But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me they would be so reluctant to speak with us, Sasuke's Akedia's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? Still got the address boss gave us? 6:06, August 15th. It's only been 2 hours since the... It's been like 2 actual hours since the bar scene. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come and don't be shy. We got deep to a booth. Local host. Should we take a seat for now? With tastes as expensive as yours. If you get a menu, these people will drain any checking out on overpriced champagne faster than I can. Oh, champagne! As much as you'd like. It's gonna derail fast if I don't wait to shut it down. Find a way to shut it down. Surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention. Douse their salesmanship and info. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. Smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other hand of his earpiece grumbles a response. Cranky one. Mom will be out in a second. They'll expect to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water. This is your soda water? It's all overpriced, so lady. Might as well got something you'll enjoy. On my first visit to a host club, people more celebratory than this. Just thought I'd be given the subject. There's shit to talk about here. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? Is that Han? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There have been many certain work parties where attendance was strongly recommended, or encouraged, but never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. Plus, if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost, it's a matter of taste. Actually, everyone enjoys being paid attention now. It's flattering. Not everyone takes being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged? What do you think? Perhaps not. You think they were being little when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Well, it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see price lists on any of the items here on the menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Let's have some champagne, sir. Suggested. Ah, what the hell. Hey, Interrogation Han. Pour the tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase, or sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of Seth around the room darted to me. The jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell on the left counter. Pump tower! The staff begins an unsettling chipper chant. Tower, tower, tower! I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madame. Where would you like to sit? Here's the smallest vendor here. What will I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of... His eyes wander, losing light all the while. Until they settled into a glassy-eyed, hiding stare at an overworked, looking young man at a small table. Adjusting his tie with the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. The same nervous smile he used to shake hands with the suicide bomber. The bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my undesignated lucky loser. Looks terrified. Money well spent. You just gave the tower away? I've got shit to do. Can't drink all that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money, just pass it along to some stranger? Are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? Filed under investigative expenses. That's not exactly accurate, but... What's he gonna do? Kill me? Get his position in the house at his age? It'd be more likely he'd have you killed. What's another fucking article, bruh? I spent every night at a hostel for 1 year. So the staff talked to me about emotional work those in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Like, if you're watching at this point, can you just read it, please? No, I can't. Fungus time is bamboo stoked from rush, flushing our ideal rainfall powers, or with our greater than unusual sulfur flooding. Reports of fungal infections. Highly fertile crop, bamboo, on all seven continents. When it comes to articles, science from labs in the Antarctica Peninsula. Bamboo becoming premier organic manufactured construction material, tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropical and subtropical biomes, subjected to Scottish crop. Fungus bark tissues of the groves, can see growing with the naked eye. They want to burn the bamboo. The hesitancy of Riverside Mask is more politically motivated. I was rebelling with decades ago, but the gas mask still play out for simple day. Fuck. But then workers went on strike because of growing conditions, scoring mushrooms and fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. A lot of workers depend on the industry. Spreads the depression. The region is home to a dispersion of the young population. International trade schools have flocked from tropical climates and attract students with jobs at low cost of living. Occasionally, idyllic conditions, and the educated lives were only the realm of corporate authority and government officials are only keenly aware of the challenges associated with such large student population. MC syndrome remains a serious concern. Fungus is bone shaped, but they've engineered the crops around problems like 100 times before. Shit, I didn't read that. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. However, the waters appear as they brew. I don't know if I'm walking the lines in here. Seeing further into the territory to defend an AKA assassin. I really have to wait for the shoot to trap me. In a place this lazy too. Perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adelaide? Getting better at picking up on that. One way I could have solved that article, thing, in the trial, so I could have just ruled out whichever ones that I could skip. The very first one is not skippable because it's given to me by Naimani. We're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? Something illegal about a host club. Type of nightclub and where staff cater to clientele with attention. Conversation. Company and flirtatious behavior. Talent. makes most of their wages through what is essentially commission on the sales of drinks, food, and other services. Currently fairly niche during this 20th century and saw large and popular for the half 20th century. Undergone some sort of renaissance in the last 20-30 years, shifting departure norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony. We have contributed to this phenomenon. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym where young adults can exercise their social skills in low-risk environment. Study that increased average work hours and pushed single individuals to work in traditional drinking clothes or long-term dating, and for their employees with multinational corporations who maintain running discreet tabs in select establishments. Attendance may be seen as advisable or even mandatory step requiring the maintaining relationships with superiors despite their perpetrative. But its criminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one is offering to the other to switch sides. Speech where I with confidence I didn't know if the hostess or like partisan versus hostess who would win. Power scaling sex workers is crazy. So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Mama on deck. The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? The title like Mama. I would expect a third, but fair and urgent figure. What the hell do you want? That kind of treatment that one should expect of the established after purchasing a champagne tower? Sorry, is that the kind of treatment one should expect of the establishment after purchasing the champagne tower? That was you? Well shit, you clearly need the information a lot more than I thought. The carry-on must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep it in the dark? Then shit. Yes, I've heard it all the lawyer jokes. Now can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Introductions then. I'm Morgan, Esquire, criminal defense attorney, representing Sasuke Acadia. With a glowing green toaster as your plus one. Gonna put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. Hana Mama Kin. March 26, 164 centimeters. It's nobody wants to give their fucking weights. It's yo. That's like 5 people in a row who are self-conscious about their weights. Occupation of small business owner. She likes persimmon, handbags, joint cracking. Dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, and add vandalism. Her hidden talents: she can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. And her motto is promote from within. One of the more influential members of Blue Blood or Old Guard, I take it. Old Guard's the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. Burstans and Youngbloods count himself Yakety, but middle management should really be calling them Youngbloods. Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We've got PC coming out every years. You're that old? So I mean when I say Youngblood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To the face? Better not. They'd knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs. You're talking to a winner. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? I think I can tell her that she already doesn't know. Chopin's dead and no use to her. There's a chance she has no idea which legal report is even real. Just in case I'd be showing the way beforehand that I like. It's okay to kill her. Wait, actually? Tell you what happened at the courthouse today. Something worth knowing happened, and it better be in the news by now. There's currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I'll give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. On and stunt. Man, those like fucking the Devil 1 sales hit the team really fucking hard. They boosted production so much. Just like those little screens and shit. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He managed to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless addict is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Try to drum up a king's ransom because he can't go to war without a war chest? He says we're at war. He says we're in any rush. Plans are measured in decades, little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You. Says the headlines. Time's running up before you miss the bus on Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Ugh, party drunk, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind there is. You could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is gonna roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the next. And the Acadia. You've been losing this game for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell just roll over those upstart licking that goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheet of cold beef. Should've cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members back to the fox, the Kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Kadia, of course. Well, I've met that guy. Kind of. We've saw him passing by us, and apparently he was super important. Family's patriarch? Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Phew, there had to be a reason an Kadia lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of I don't stink. That's the takeaway. I'll admit it. You want to capture Makoto Arcadia so you can afford to provide Nirvana's legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Arcadia. In our history. In brief. It's all part of that summary made you think I had the chance to join the Arcadia line. I wouldn't take it immediately. Are you speaking for yourself or the full old guard? No, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You're asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. The chance he's gonna keel over for an infection after Creek's paws worked him over? The person somehow mentioned nick him? He's still recovering from the injuries sustained when captured. He was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Preston didn't even manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? You didn't get a shot off? Detective responded before he could. Detective? Yes. Why? Not wasting a question on him of all people. Speaking of which, this model spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin company to profit off Proposition 492? So, you missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? Think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling. Those rich perks will piss on us for your bonfire. Feelings mutual. But they're backing a Proposition 492. If you could buy the land, they need it before the city knows that it needs it. Chauvin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo, kid. Bingo, kid gets a prize. Or they were. Plans are worthless now. At our courtroom, we explain how Creek had renting documents on Proposition 492. Whatever happens, whatever land the city had in mind, we'll change it up a bit. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. The plans were always fragile. That's the clap meant that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard the blue lights had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the blue ones would kill to keep those documents from circulating. You know, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those right-hand documents that tipped over your hand up on 42? Well, it's mentioned an abbreviation, if not a name. P482. That was a pretty big giveaway. You must have heard more to go on that. Names diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name up there. So, Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on the papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat crack Creek, obviously. Reading means it was printed off somewhere you trust. That place run by people you trust? Doesn't sound like you trust Creek. Or these are questions, because they're terrible. Pointless. Blondie's already dead. Trouble hoping was another plan. Whatever the possibilities are there left. Might as well try asking, while I have the chance. The client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. You don't know what that means. Client heard wrong. You're fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess I misheard. Must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Whoa, shit. Did Sasuke mention that? It's got a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, but maybe he's fake. Maybe he's already behind you. Fandoms like that get the power from uncertainty. If I answer a question like that, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open though. The mask isn't there anymore. It's not in the hands of the huntsman, is it? Huntsman, then who hasn't? Dead man. Just know it's a no one. Final round. What if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why don't you spend a final question on that? Makoto Akaida, if it wasn't already clear. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. Preteen Air looked you up and hired you to defend a sound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than on the lotomite. But either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't. Which I can really admit. So why does it having pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Haven't I? You rebelled by the International Blue Bloods for locking up your treasure behind TFA you can't crack. Now allow the old guard need transplants and transfusions. From the first and second gens just to stay alive. You won't be glad to keep that forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered in what? 30%? 40%? 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks who tutored? What a nice young girl you are worrying about your elders. Well, dumb or your pretty little head over dear sweet grandmother. She's a mean old bitch in the line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question at night? The question irritated her. Did it make her despair? May have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option. They me with Plan A. The Little Lord? But Eric Chauvin is dead. Yeah? He is. unfortunately, this is where I have to leave it off. Like, I've been recording for 10 straight hours. It's bleak. So thank you everyone who somehow is at the end of this fucking 11-hour, 10.5-hour recording. Oh, oopsies. I'm not reading that. It's saved anyway. So I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.